switch off their mobile phones or put them on silent mode. Please take your seats, everyone. Yeah. Everyone, please take your seats and put your mobile phone on silent mode. Namaskar and a very warm welcome to the 7th edition of the Isc-Ficci Sanitation Award Ceremony and India Sanitation Conclave. In the insightful words of former Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Kofi Annan, we shall not defeat any of the infectious diseases that plague the developing world until we have won the battle for safe drinking water, sanitation, and basic health care. These words resonate with profound significance as we convene today to recognize the critical impact of water, sanitation, and hygiene practices on climate change. I welcome on stage Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition, to please give the opening remarks.
Please come in front. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you at the 7th Isc-Ficci Sanitation Awards ceremony and the India Sanitation Conclave. As always, we have a very interesting lineup of events for you, and it is my sincere hope that as our guests over the next 2 days, we will have the pleasure of your company and insights through all our panels. We will commence the proceedings with our awards, which are now well established as the benchmark awards in the wash sector. And again, this year, we have the pleasure of over 100 aspirants who applied for the 10 award categories. I am proud to share that more than 50% of the participants were applying for the first time, which shows the reach that these awards have across our country. We have with us the eminent scientist, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Chairman of the awards jury, as well as the Director General for the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, present with us today to hand out these awards, and accompanying him will be ISC's Chair, Ms. Nainal Kidwai. As always, the government has been a huge source of inspiration and support in all our initiatives, and to share with us all over the next 2 days their vision for the WASH agenda in India, we have both the Ministers of Rural and Urban Sanitation, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji and Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, the Secretaries of both the ministries, Srimati Vinny Mahajan ji and Shri Manoj Joshi ji, and their Joint Secretaries who will be addressing you as well. Unfortunately, the two ministers, because of the upcoming elections, are not here in person or will not be able to come in person, but we do have their addresses. As you are aware, this year's topic for the conclave is the impact of WASH on climate change. And as always, ISC, which focuses on all aspects of the WASH value chain, is excited to share some unique insights into both rural and urban sanitation and how it impacts climate change. The panels we have curated for this conclave address some of the most glaring challenges facing society today: legacy waste, resilience of our coastal cities to climate change, the challenges of urban sanitation, how to make our cities and towns plastic-free, and a very interesting challenge on how sustainability in WASH can only be achieved through private sector engagement, which would involve commercial funding along with government grants. Last year, we introduced to you a very new initiative that ISC was engaging in for the first time, called the Lighthouse Initiative, wherein we are working with the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation and several corporate houses to bring solid and liquid waste management infrastructure and practices to the 6.6 lakh villages of India. This project is in its first phase of completion across 78 GPs, and we will have the SMDs and corporates involved sharing with us their insights and learnings over the last 12 months. And finally, no discussion can be complete without a look at how communications around the development sector is evolving and how some eminent speakers who will be sharing with us their insights into what has been achieved till date and what remains to be done. I do hope you will find this agenda exciting as we do and will engage actively in all our discussions. Thank you very much. May I now, will you invite Naina? Come. May I now invite Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai to come up and give us her opening speech.
So good morning, everyone. Here we are back at our annual and very important awards giving ceremony and deliberations on critical matters to do with sanitation, and now increasingly not just in terms of sewage and treatment therein, but also in the very important areas of plastic waste management, which is a new area for us, but one which you will hear through the next 2 days that we have embraced completely, and indeed have some very important projects underway, which I hope that you will contribute to, will understand what we are attempting to do, and even more important, guide what we are doing. So for us that work in this space, bringing all of you together here is a very important part of what we learn from. So thank you so much for being with us today. As Natasha mentioned, we are in fact doing this event as in a hybrid mode, which would enable a lot of people to engage and join us outside of the city as well. But for those of you who are here in person, do take the opportunity to network, to meet each other, to know each other, because we need to be one band that moves together. We need to be there to support each other as we grow on these journeys, which are new typically. We are embarking on some of these in a very considered, but in new spaces. And that guidance that comes from meeting with each other, learning from each other, to make sure we aren't replicating the wrong things, because for everything we learn, we want to be able to scale it up through replication and not by everyone trying to reinvent the wheel. So let me start by welcoming all of you to this very important event. And most important, amongst us, Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkarji, who really deserves a big hand. Yeah. And for all the hundreds of hats that he wears, the energy and time he gives us, guiding the awards, leading the awards that we give, guiding our work, and then being here in person every year since we started, is indicative of his complete and utter understanding of our spaces in sanitation. And we learn from you every day, Dr. Mashelkar, not just from your intellect and talent, but also from your humility and your amazing personality. Thank you for your time and effort and guidance as you provided. We've also gained significantly from Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawatji's engagement with us. Natasha talked about the LHI and the Lighthouse Initiative, which we have with his ministry. In a long and very late evening conversation that we had with him, he was adamant that he wanted to be here amongst us. And I had to plead with him saying, I know how busy you are, so please at least do a recording. And he said, no, I will be there in person, no recording. But he now has had to basically end up doing this as a recording, which I believe will be shared with us, and I haven't seen it either in terms of his address. But he leaves us in no doubt that the work we do with him is critical, and we have his voice, we certainly have his ear in terms of what we do here at the India Sanitation Coalition. Equally, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, not with us today. Many of you have heard him here at this forum in the past. He is, again, a big supporter of the work that we do in sanitation, and you'll hear more about the memorandum that we have signed with Mahua, with the Ministry of Urban Sanitation, and how we will work and continue to work, but how we will take that work further with that ministry as well. So for all of you here, representatives of government, many of our partners, including the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, Water.org, the Aga Khan Foundation, members of our steering committee, members of our advisory council, and of course, the winners of the Isc-Ficci Sanitation Awards 2023. Welcome to the next 2 days of deliberations. Now, without safe water, sanitation, and hygiene, we as a country cannot progress. And that is why WASH is an integral component of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It cuts across many of the SDGs, not just hygiene, because no matter where you look in the SDGs as set out by the UN, the work we do impacts every space therein. And I think I can only congratulate you that have stayed on this journey in terms of the work you do in this critical sector. And it is really with the vision and leadership of our Prime Minister that the world now looks at what is the largest Jan Andolan, which, as you well know, launched as the Swachh Bharat mission. We achieved the remarkable feat of finally having access to toilets across India at almost 100%. That everyone, if they can't own a toilet, has access to the toilet. And the journey on open defecation free is again one which is only achieved once you allow that access. So as we look at the whole area of improving levels of cleanliness in rural areas through solid and liquid waste management, making our villages ODF+, we have to look at the work which has been done by the government, and we know that we have achieved model status at over 1 lakh villages, and that journey of achieving model status, and it's a very comprehensive list, as I don't need to tell you who work in it, in terms of what it takes to be a model status village, which it is wastewater, it's plastic waste management, and of course it is everything to do with what we've all been working on in terms of toilets and sewage treatment therein. Of this journey, and I'm not going to bore you with the statistics because they are there available to all of us on the websites, that the plastic waste management area is something which is fairly new in this development, and it's new for us too at the India Sanitation Coalition. The good news is there are over 2,500 plastic waste management units that have been constructed. And we also know that there are, and this is talking about rural India, the 2,677 fecal sludge management plants which have been made operational. So we have an impressive 11.3 crore individual household latrines and over 2 lakh community toilets constructed under SBM Rural thus far. This is no mean achievement. Our role has to be to make sure they remain operational, that the behavior change exercise we embarked on that ensures that people use them continues to happen, and that we repair and ensure that that facility is available every year, all the time. I must say that even as I drive into a lot of parts of India, particularly on my wildlife sojourns, I'm delighted to see year on year the improvement. I'd always stop to do an inspection of toilets, and the quality of toilets is really one which is now quite remarkable across our highways, even at our wildlife destinations, and often the pride with which the people who are keeping them clean are doing the work. The respect that we have to give such that have in the past only seen this as the work for those that can't get another job is something that must and will change. So when we now go forward with the work we're doing with the ministry through the Lighthouse Initiative, and you will hear a lot of this in the discussion led by the Secretary, Vinny Mahajan, later, I just want to say that that initiative has brought forward a number of corporates, the first 10 that signed up for the 75 GPs, and now another 30 waiting to sign up for the rest, only tells me that these partnerships, the partnership between the private sector and public, the partnership by which corporates are coming in to manage, to monitor these projects, government saying we have the money, we want to make sure the corporate is there to ensure that the money is well spent, are all examples of how this partnership between government and the private sector and the work of the not-for-profits, the work of each and every one of you at the grassroots, this partnership where community is also very much a part of that exercise is the only way that we will sustain the efforts we start on. And I think we must build on these partnerships. The government has recognized it, has recognized the work that all of you do, and we have to ensure now that these projects are indeed out there for all to see. We saw the coming together of corporates like ITC, Tata Trust, HCL Foundation, Ambuja Cement, JSW Foundation, Nayara Energy, Jindal Steel and Power, Aga Khan Foundation, and the work with the state missions, local governments, the community under our oversight at the India Sanitation Coalition to take forward this work under the Lighthouse Initiative is, I hope, something which we can grow enormously, because the ideal would be that we cover every Gram Panchayat in the country. So it's only the start of a journey. Now, as we go forward, and I won't spend too much time on the Lighthouse Initiative because you'll hear a lot about this in the session dedicated to this, we also have the work that has started and continues at the Urban Mission. And there we know that the vision of achieving clean India is actually in many ways much more of a challenge. But as we look at declaring our cities open defecation free, we have indeed said all cities have been declared open defecation free. We know that behavior change needs continuous work, that just provision of toilets and making sure that people use those toilets have to be able to work together. And the large number of latrines that have been developed and built to make sure that they remain in functioning order, and the massive infrastructure developed is repaired and always functional, are challenges we have to continue to work on, and of course to make sure people use them. So this just only tells me that for every journey, every point, every milestone we cover, it creates the next level of challenge, the challenge to make sure that the effort continues, even as we start to do new work. For example, now in capturing wastewater, in making sure that the energy that resides in the sewage can be used, treated, and applied through technology in ways that benefits us as a country. Impact of climate change on WASH. India's agenda. We have chosen to widen our ambit today in the discussions to be far more broad, to cover this important area in ways that you will hear through the next couple of days. We know that the G20, which India hosted, focused on resilient and inclusive growth. I was there for the ministerial session on the whole area to do with women and women empowerment, and of course made sure that I discussed and shared India's success in the journey in sanitation and water. And it was very encouraging to hear delegates and others understanding of what we had done as a country and the respect with which they look on us today. And I can tell you that 15 years ago, when I went to similar forums to do with sanitation and water, India always looked a disgrace. I used to have to try and hide the fact that I was Indian because of the criticism that always came up about how little we were doing. And the good news now is there are countries that were wanting to understand what it is that we had done, and even more importantly, to understand how we had done it. So we now have an important role to play to keep this standard at one which we can be proud of, and we still have a ways to go, and equally to share the examples of what has succeeded and what has not, so that others that want to follow and do what we are doing continue on that journey. A crucial component of these goals is safe, sustainable, and equitable wash provisions for all. So we can no longer ignore the elephant in the room that has the potential to disrupt most of our well-made plans, climate change. It has an impact on what we do, and you may be wondering what that is, but over the next 2 days, we hope you will understand how what we do also impacts climate change and why what we do is so important on the climate change journey. We know from the words of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who warned world leaders that humanity is on a highway to climate hell with a foot on the accelerator. So here we are, accelerating downhill on climate change. And the G20 Leaders Summit underscored a pressing need to confront the challenges of climate change. So we can't ignore it in our work in the sector. And during that summit, the G20 nations committed to urgently accelerate their actions to address environmental crises and challenges, including climate change. So we at the India Sanitation Coalition recognize the criticality of ensuring sustainability of assets. How can we build assets that withstand the furor of climate change? The behaviors that have been developed under phase 1 of the SBM program and in the light of challenges presented, and how can we use these examples to build right and use right as we go forward. So climate modeling and projections suggest that climate change will only increase the disruption of normal life. And what can we do to ensure that that disruption is manageable? So accordingly, the impact of climate change on WASH, India's agenda, which seeks to forward the discourse on climate-resilient WASH infrastructure and services, solid and liquid waste management, the circular economy, accelerating decarbonization in India, and WASH financing are all parts of the discussion that you will hear over the next 2 days. In alignment with this year's theme, I'd also like to share with you about 2 upcoming projects that we have embarked on. I mentioned plastic in my opening statement. The first is on plastic circular cities, which aims to tackle the problems caused by plastic waste, and it's an attempt to find solutions to effective plastic waste management for 6 cities identified in Maharashtra at the moment with 1 million population. So we've taken the next level of cities down. And why Maharashtra? It's because our sponsor and us decided we'll start somewhere, so let's start there. And the purpose of this is not to stop with that, but once we have it right, to give replicable models across the country. So the work you do at the outset becomes important, and I hope that each one of you will look to see how you can engage with us on this journey. Godrej Consumer Products and the India Sanitation Coalition have embarked on an ambitious and actually critically necessary initiative which aims to demonstrate these pilots. And I do hope that over the next 5 years, we will provide a sustainable and inclusive waste management solution that is also replicable. The other project, which I would encourage you all to understand over the next couple of days, we will share this with you, is the climate resilient coastal cities, which we work on 4 coastal states of India to identify climate resilience dimensions and associated deficiencies. And looking at that, attempting to co-create specific solutions in climate resilient wash infrastructure in these geographies. So both at urban city level and coastal city, tackling it through an eye on plastic and wash is really our agenda. Our annual knowledge series called Business of Change this year, put together with amazing effort really of the one individual, Sanjeev here, who is the architect of much that is good in our ISC workings. This knowledge series called Business of Change embarks on capturing best practices and success stories on managing plastic waste, which is one of our pressing problems. It goes without say. It's an assault on our senses. We see plastic everywhere. And how do we look at safeguarding our environment? And the compendium titled Cities in Crisis, Best Practices on Curbing Plastic Waste Across Urban India is a collection of 20 case studies, each meticulously curated to showcase innovative approaches, best practices, success stories in the domain of plastic waste management in urban India. And of course, we do also now give awards in plastic waste, and we will continue to grow the number of awards in these areas going forward. These cases are not only scalable and replicable, but also well suited for nationwide implementation. And that is one of the criteria that we adopt as we showcase, as we award, as we look at replication. We shall soon witness the unveiling of this compendium today as well. Our workshops, they continue across the whole SLWM space, and the objective of this workshop is to increase familiarity and awareness regarding the infrastructure for SLWM, covering all 5 components of SBMG2. So that is toilet access and use, biodegradable waste and menstrual waste, plastic waste, grey water management, a very important area for recapture of water, and fecal sludge management. So really very comprehensive in the way it is looked at. I thank leading sector experts, government, NGOs, corporate houses, representatives, that all the implementation that we have seen makes this kind of workshop a huge success. And then the awards. Now in our 7th edition, spearheaded, led by Dr. Mashelkar and a very eminent jury, this stands as a testament to our commitment to Swachh Bharat mission. The performance outcomes that we have witnessed over these past few years underscores the undeniable success of the awards. And even if I say it, we take heart from the fact that most, if not all, of our awardees have gone on to achieve greater and greater things. The same ones we picked in the beginning are now standing tall in terms of their scale and the impact that they are having in the space. So I have to thank our jury for picking well. I have to thank those that have received the awards for having ensured that they stayed on the journey and benefited, I hope, from the awards with the credibility that we bring, but more importantly, that they have also continued to show us the way of what is working in terms of scale. So this year's edition of what we call our the award categories, this is important because of the two new special award categories we've introduced: Best Collaboration in Plastic Waste Management, Medium and Large Corporates, and Best Initiative in Plastic Recycling and Waste Management by Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. This strategic move reflects our dedication now to integrating waste management into the broader framework of sanitation. And indeed, the government's model villages are looking at like this, and we have to look at the integrated cycle of waste management as well. This year, we witnessed a remarkable increase in the number of applications received. These applications came from top corporates, state government departments, as well as grassroots level organizations, and you will see many of them come up to receive the awards today. It is worth highlighting that with this increasing number of applications, the benchmark also gets set higher. Very heartening to see the enthusiastic participation in the Women Changemakers category. We received 22 nominations, many of which were from women Gram Pradhans, reflecting India's progress towards gender equality and the increasing leadership role of women in sanitation. So on behalf of ISC, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the contestants and to the winners who have showcased their remarkable work by participating in these awards. The Accolade, which is our annual publication, which is different from our knowledge series, commemorates these awardees by providing the concise profiles of the winners, so you would be able to read more about them. And through these efforts, we aspire to inspire countless others to follow in the footsteps of those that have won these awards. I'm looking now at the area of communication and branding as something that is very critical for us as we go forward. And I was at this ministerial conference on women's empowerment at Gandhinagar at G20, with the interaction there, as I mentioned, with the delegates, and meeting so many of the women who have each in their own way carved a road for themselves, as it was, the subject was on women and empowerment. I know that some of the branding and communication we do is very important in terms of the messages we take going forward. Natasha has participated in the circular economy in sanitation, making profits from toilet work at IIT Madras. She was also jury for Business World Social Impact 2023, Upholders of Social Welfare Summit. Sanjeev represented ISC as a panelist in Asian City Summit 2023. So we have been busy across many forums taking the message and work out there. And you have to provide us that content so we can share your successes across these forums, even as we look to capture what is good and great and happening right on the ground here. So with those words, thank you again for being here. Congratulations again to the winners. And Dr. Mashelkar, as usual, your presence makes such an important statement for us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for addressing the elephant in the room. Certainly, climate change has the potential to disrupt most of our well-made plans. But the future of WASH is extremely bright when leaders like you are around. Now, I would like to welcome on stage Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, former Director General Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and Chair India Sanitation Awards, to please address this audience.
Take this out. Yeah. Let me extend very, very warm welcome to you all, the 7th edition of Isc-Ficci Sanitation Awards. Just now, you heard a very inspiring speech by a very inspiring leader. I thought before we begin, let us all together pay a tribute to a legend who is no more amongst us. 15th August 2023, as you know, Bindeshwar Pathakji left us for his heavenly abode. And you know what he represents in terms of his contributions to environmental sanitation, bringing human dignity, the scale at which Sulabh International was able to reach, and the difference that he made. So I thought it will be appropriate that we all stand up in silence for 30 seconds just to remember him. Thank you very much. And with that, let me move to another personality, Naina, who just now spoke here. Naina, to me, represents purpose, perseverance, and passion. And that purpose is a big one as far as the nation is concerned. As you can see, an extraordinary visionary. And they say perseverance matters. Winners never quit, quitters never win. I've seen that resilient character in her with tremendous vision. Have been very, very inspired by her, and you can see the result. This is the 7th year, but the difference that it has made. So Naina deserves a great round of applause. Thank you, Naina. And I must also thank you for making me a part of this. My life would not have been complete, quote unquote, without this. I was given a speech by Mitali, by the way. I'm setting it aside completely because it becomes completely irrelevant after what you have covered. I think everything is covered. So I will just go a little anecdotal, little personal, because you would say, what is this scientist doing here in this space? How did you get involved? And what did you observe? What are the lessons for all of us? I'll also tell you about the process that we follow for judging. It's an extraordinarily interesting but rigorous process. And I thought that would be more sort of appropriate because they have heard everything that you had written down for me. Thank you so much, though, it was very helpful. I think few things. When Swachh Bharat, that was a clarion call made by our very bold and visionary Prime Minister. I'm saying bold because he made it from Red Fort, if you remember. That required sort of special courage to say that, yes, India needs to change and so on. And after that, there was a committee that was set up by Drinking Water and Sanitation Ministry. And that was to look at the drinking water and sanitation technologies. I'm a scientist and technologist from around the world and choose the best. Now, we didn't want to do some hand waving and sort of have really rigorous criteria to pick up the best. And that is where we created this assured framework. All right. And I will explain that assured framework to her. Very interestingly, when the committee was made, I saw that all the members were technology experts. But very quickly one realized that it was not about building toilets. It was about using toilets. So it was not about science but behavioral science. And we got some social scientists also involved in that process. And what we learned might amuse you, but that's the reality, what I discovered, because I visited villages trying to learn how things actually operate at a ground level and so on. And I remember Nilima Mishra, who is a Maxis Award winner, as you know. She was working in a village and she told me something interesting. She said there were toilets, there was water, everything was fine, but women will not use it. Why? Because they would, before the sunrise, they will collectively go. They had different groups. And there they will communicate their personal problems, this, that, and the other. And that opportunity was missing to communicate with each other, you know, because they were getting isolated. So she did an innovation, which was creating semicircular row of toilets, where everything above this was open, so that you could communicate. And the use, which was 0%, became 100%. So when I say it's not just science, but behavioral science, I'm quite sure there must be normalcy now in terms of, because I'm talking about something that happened much earlier, but how human behavior matters. And that is not factored in, things will not basically work. So that was one point I saw. The other point was that, you know, among our awardees, one of the awardees, because we talk about technology, in fact, Naina and I were talking about how in manufacturing, with the advance of technology, the jobs are going to be in danger, and what are the alternative jobs in terms of reskilling, new skilling, etc., etc. And one of the awardees was Bandicoot, as you know, who created robots which could go and clean. Okay, and now they are in 17 states, which is a sort of a wonderful news. But then what happens to the sanitation workers? Because they lose their jobs. All right. So what they did was that they trained those sanitation workers as robo operators. Now you can just see the human side of it. If their children were asked, what does your father do? They would have put their head down and said, he is a manual scavenger. Okay, because we are trying to live the dignity, but that is the way it is. Today, if they are asked, what does your father do? They'll put their head up and say, he's a robo operator. You understand? This is access to dignity, so as to say. So I think this particular balance, it is not man versus machine, it is man and machine, we'll have to bring in all these, and we sort of look at that very carefully. The third point I wanted to make was about the Assured framework itself. How did it come about? I must tell you about the background, by the way. What is the origin of that framework? So there is a book that I have written, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, creating the magic of rapid yet sustainable transformation. And this has become bestseller, best book award winner in 2019. And there the idea is, just as frog leaps because he's afraid of the predator and jump a few feet, we should not do that. The size of our aspiration, you know, is such that we should be able to pole vault. And the distance that you can go depends upon the size of your aspiration. Making rapid progress as far as India is concerned, you know. Not 10%, but 10x, thinking in a completely different way. And somebody asked me, how do you make sure that when you pole vault, you don't break your back? And that is where we created that Assured framework for assured innovation. So all of you have actually gone through that particular matrix. That matrix is being used even today by Jal Shakti, by the way, in order to sort of qualify for their certification and so on and so forth. And as you can see, each of the factor makes you think in terms of what you are not thought about. Like the first is affordability. That's very important for India and for everybody. Then scalability. Invariably, if you are affordable, it becomes scalable, but not always. There are factors that come in. Then sustainability. It comes on diverse factors. For example, business-wise, it has to be sustainable. If you depend upon government subsidies, when governments go, subsidies go, and you become unsustainable. Environmental. Unless it is green, you will not survive. regulatory policies. Suddenly, if they change and you are not prepared, there is a sort of a challenge. Society must accept it, like what I just now said. So sustainability is judged from a variety of factors. Then user friendliness, some kind of a universality is very important. Then we always look at excellence. Naina referred to using the latest technology, and as you can see now, the exponential technology is growing in terms of artificial intelligence, advanced automation, robotics, etc., etc. Are we using the latest? And it is about innovation, by the way, not just technological innovation, business model innovation, system delivery innovation, organization innovation. There has to be something new in order, because innovation is all about doing things differently to make a difference. Are we doing things differently, or are we just being copycats? We like us to be leaders, India to be leaders. And finally, distinctiveness, not me too. All right, is it the same as copied from somebody, so that we can do better? And I must thank the jury, because this appears just as a first screen, by the way. This is not the ultimate. It is the jury who take a call. And I'm very grateful for the jury that we had, Naina, over the last 7 years. Extraordinary insight, extraordinary wisdom coupled with insight. And I have learned from them. So I want to thank them for that. The other point I like to make is, of course, Natasha, you and your entire team has been phenomenal, because it's not easy to get so many applications and deal with them, and the processes that you follow before it comes to us. I think you make our jobs so very easy, and your commitment, passion, I want to actually thank you. There is a lot of good news this year. As you said, 50% new application. That's wonderful. Women, that part that you talked about, which is extraordinarily important. I overall feel that this has been a tremendous process. I think finally, Naina, as I was mentioning, tomorrow I'm giving a public lecture, because we talk about India at 75, but one is worried about Bharat at 75. 70% staying in, of course, villages. 1 out of 6 in urban area staying in slums. 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 5 now below the poverty line, and 1 out of 5 is still illiterate. So what do we do about that? So we need to worry about Bharat at 100, and lots of our awards are for that Bharat that we talk about. So I'm talking about Bharat at 100. And within that, what the dream is that it has to be a Santulit Bharat, balance, environment, ecology, economics, equity and ethics. How do you keep that balance? It has to be Suvidya Bharat, of course, educated as well as enlightened. Susanskrit Bharat, culture, not only respecting our own culture, but other cultures also is being part of Susanskrit. Samruddha Bharat, we don't want to get trapped as a middle income country. How do we move that? Sushasit Bharat, well governed, and of course Swanandi. But in that, in the 7 points, I added 1 point, that is Swachh Bharat. Swachh within as well as outside. And you know what I'm trying to basically say. And therefore, this particular mission, I would call this as a mission, this is a movement, by the way, is extraordinarily important. Finally, and most importantly, the winners. The jury has had interactions with them, but it is great to see you in person, by the way. And what you have done, you are going to become kind of the exemplars for others. I know that each of the awardee will be applauded, but why don't we, in advance, give a thunderous applause to all of them collectively. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your continued guidance and words of encouragement. We will certainly strive to make the future editions of the awards more grander and bigger. And now we come to the segment that is most awaited every year by the sector. Yes, I am talking about the Isc-Ficci Sanitation Awards ceremony. So I would like to invite Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Collision, to kindly announce the winners of this year's Sanitation Awards.
I have a lot of messages that I've been asked to give. The fact that we are a firmly established national level award, very, very important for us to state. The fact that our past winners have transformed themselves into very, very successful startups and social enterprises. The fact that as a prestigious platform which was established 7 years ago, we have done outstandingly in terms of awarding innovations in the field of sanitation. It also brings me great joy to say again that over 100 institutions applied, and a lot of them were actually first time. I honestly feel humbled when I see some of these organizations coming in and applying for the awards, because when we read about them, we actually understand how much they have achieved compared to what we at the Secretariat are trying to do. It's a very small thing that we're doing compared to the hard work and the dedication and the effort that they all put in. And I don't know if there are words enough for me to say thank you to them for applying for these awards, because truly it is through this recognition that we wish the rest of India to understand what they've been able to do. So thank you again. And Dr. Mashelkar, I'll just say thank you. Right, so announcing the categories. The first category is the Best Corporate Initiative in Sanitation for CSR, Small and Large. Now, this organization has dedicated almost 2 decades to enhancing the safety and well-being of women and children in marginalized communities. The Pink Centers, their flagship initiative, collaborates with Delhi Municipal Corporation and the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights to provide exclusive sanitation facilities for women. These centers are repurposed government-owned infrastructure operated by women and offer not only basic sanitation but a range of amenities. Despite the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Pink Centers remained operational, serving as a vital resource for the community with 3.5 lakh visitors. Presently, there are 20 Pink Centers in Delhi with plans for further expansion. Through Garima Griha, as they are called, they are creating versatile, safe sanitation complexes that set new standards for women's safety and empowerment. As of June 2023, the centers provided safe spaces for 290 persons with disabilities and 203 transgender individuals, promoting diversity and inclusivity in public restrooms. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner in the Best Corporate Initiative in Sanitation Large is PVR Nest. A big round of applause for our winners. Sorry? I'm going to stay here, so yeah. please. Right. Moving to our next category 2, the best non-profit engagement model in sanitation, urban and rural. Now, for the urban category, this is a transformative program that has dedicated itself to uplifting marginalized communities such as Dalits, Adivasis, urban poor, other backward castes, minorities, and vulnerable women, children, and youth. Its mission revolves around eradicating manual scavenging, empowering the sanitation community, and ensuring proper technology and equipment for sanitation workers. They place great emphasis on empowering the sanitation community by nurturing leadership and reinforcing community-based organizations led by community leaders. The program supported 22,500 individuals through Adhikari Prapti Seva Kendra and trained 90 community-based leaders, providing safety equipment to 1,100 sweepers. Under the program, 1,150 open defecation sites were demolished and 1,927 individuals left manual scavenging completely. A big round of applause for Jan Vikas. Right. So we're going to do a bit of a challenge for our STEERCO members who are always so diligent in attending all our conclaves. So this time I'm going to invite each one of our STEERCO members to come up and actually give away the awards. Yeah? All right. So for the first one, maybe Ishan, if you can do the honors. Thank you. Oh. Right. For the next rural category, the next is the rural category. This organization implemented Project Unnati, which aims to enhance menstrual and reproductive health awareness and skills among underprivileged adolescents and young women in remote areas of West Bengal, in collaboration with Social Venture Partners India. It provides sustainable menstrual care through reusable cloth pads, which are sustainable, with outreach facilitated by Ashas and Anganwadi workers, targeting regions where affordable menstrual products and services are scarce. It also encourages community involvement, including men, to create supportive environments for menstrual and reproductive education. They promote financial sustainability by selling online products under Anahat Unnati, training women to create sustainable cloth pads and addressing both affordability and sustainability. During the pandemic, they expanded to Bihar and Himachal Pradesh, training more than 200 women and launching brands like Swadeshi and Hemshakti. A big round of applause for Anahat for Change Foundation. I have another announcement to make. Unfortunately, Anahat for Change could not make it to the conclave, and a big learning for me personally, they were not able to make it because they don't have funds. And I think we forgot that NGOs are very cash strapped. From next year onwards, we will keep this in mind. So again, A big round of applause for them, and we will make sure we send them your congratulations. Next, I would like to introduce our next category, number 3, Best Communication in Sanitation, Traditional and Digital. First, presenting the rural subcategory. This rural development program, launched in UP's Hardoi district, addresses comprehensive issues in agriculture, education, environment, health, livelihood, and wash. Sorry. Their sanitation initiative focuses on breaking the fecal-oral contamination cycle by promoting consistent toilet use. Unlike traditional infrastructure-centric approaches, I'll finish. It emphasizes community mobilization and creating open defecation-free gram panchayats. To attain ODF Plus status, the program focuses on community capacity building through methods like community-led total sanitation and advocacy at various government levels. At present, the project is covering 11 blocks of Hardoi district, benefiting 2.1 million people. They implemented innovative tools like public announcement systems, interactive games, mobile voice messaging, and Kudasur, the plastic man. Community engagement was enhanced with Gaurav Yatra and intersectoral meetings, construction of resource recovery centers at the GP level and material recovery facilities at the block level, and active engagement through various communication efforts have inspired community members to take collective ownership of the collection and disposal of waste from their households. Bringing us to the winner in this category, which is the HCL Foundation. Let's give them a big round of applause. Just a small anecdote about this particular initiative. We went and actually visited it, and I have to say that every single aspect of community life gets covered. So for any of you that are interested, any corporates here that are interested in looking at what HCL has done, it is worthwhile a visit. Right. Can I invite Manoj to maybe join us as well? Right. Next, in the digital subcategory, this mission-driven program integrates the central government's SBMG and the state government's Lohia Swachhta Yojana to eradicate open defecation in the state, with a special emphasis on behavior change communication to attain ODF Plus status in rural areas. The organization's Digital Communication and Monitoring System project established digital communication channels such as mobile apps, SMS services, and online tools to efficiently reach over 5 lakh households, providing information and updates on sanitation practices and hygiene to rural communities. DCMS also functions as a real-time monitoring and reporting tool, facilitating data-driven decision-making and enhancing stakeholder accountability in sanitation and hygiene efforts. The initiative is currently active in 1,671 gram panchayats across all 38 districts of the state, with a particular focus on SBM Grameen implementation, including solid and liquid waste management activities. The unique digital communication intervention is carried out with support of the Development Management Institute of Patna in collaboration with UNICEF Bihar. its success highlights the potential for similar digital systems to enhance the impact and outreach of such initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, Lohia Swachh Bihar Abhiyan is the winner in this category. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. The next category, number 4, is the best innovative financial accessibility model for WASH, large financial institutions, micro institutions, banks, and government financial institutions. This NBFC microfinance institution offers microcredit to economically active rural women, featuring 3 types of sanitation loans with a 24% interest rate. Loan categories include water and sanitation combinations, toilet construction, and toilet improvement. Their risk management approach involves collaboration, education, and a stringent strategy for prudent lending, regulatory compliance, operational control, and cybersecurity. A streamlined approach process enables quick loan disbursement, and digital methods promote eco-friendly operations. Between January 2021 and December 2022, they disbursed WASH loans to over 1.18 lakh households, primarily for sanitation purposes, totaling around INR 137 crores. In 2022, they reached out to more than 76,000 clients, delivering personalized support for construction, repairing, or retrofitting hygienic toilets. Post-disbursement, they assess loan success, share stories, and conduct satisfaction surveys. Please give a big round of applause to Satin Care Credit Network Limited. Prabhakar, could we invite you now to join us? Right, moving to category 5, best engagement model in sanitation by a social enterprise startup. Now, this organization is dedicated to tackling significant social and environmental issues through innovative solutions. They focus on supporting sanitation and waste collection workers, a group often marginalized and stigmatized. Their introduction of fully contactless cleaning machines known as Jatayu not only enhances, you guys already know who I'm talking about, right? Not only enhances, but I'm going to read this, enhances safety, but also improves waste management efficiency. Through training and empowerment, they uplift the livelihoods of sanitation workers and reduce health hazards related to waste handling for both waste workers and the communities they serve. Currently operational in 18 Indian states, they have successfully exported their machines to Japan and the USA. Their machines have remediated 912 sanitation workers from manual waste collection, reducing their direct contact with garbage and improving their well-being. 304 operators have been upskilled through training programs, empowering them to operate and maintain the machines effectively. Please give a big round of applause to Spruce Up. Right. Our 6th category, which is special recognition, the Special Recognition Award for the government. The first subcategory under this is the state that undertakes the maximum number of GPs under LHI. Is Rahul here? Rahul? Okay. Under the Lighthouse Initiative, Phase 1 in Uttar Pradesh, 11 Gram Panchayats were selected in partnership with 4 corporate entities, namely ITC, HCL, Aga Khan, Tata Trust for implementation. The Lighthouse Initiative has positively impacted approximately 3,400 households in these 11 villages. The state government provided infrastructure while the corporate partners conducted IEC and BCC activities to raise awareness about sustainable waste management, toilet usage, and asset maintenance. A big round of applause for the efforts of the government of Uttar Pradesh. The second subcategory under special recognition for government is state with maximum model GPs. No. Yes, model GPs under the LHI framework. In the first phase of the Lighthouse Initiative in Bihar, 8 Gram Panchayats encompassing 23 villages were selected in partnership with ITC for implementation. Of these, 6 Gram Panchayats comprising 9 villages have already achieved model status, while 2 Gram Panchayats encompassing 14 villages are progressing towards the model status. A total of 897 household toilets have been constructed under the initiative. Door-to-door solid waste collection and fecal sludge management processes have been established effectively, clearing legacy waste and rendering these villages as models. A notable success story emerged from Bihar, where toilet sludge was transformed into valuable manure, reducing costs for farmers and enhancing fecal waste management. This practice not only provided farmers with quality manure, but also reduced their dependence on external purchases. Bihar's performance exemplifies a successful public-private partnership where government and corporate cooperation facilitated timely project initiation and completion on the ground. A big round of applause for the government of Bihar. I'm not sure whether people in the audience will agree with me, but I have for many, many years heard that UP and Bihar are states where it is very difficult to get anything done. I have to say that for me, these two are model states. Amazing. Moving on to our next category. Neeraj, would you also like to join us? Yeah, moving on to our next category, 7, Best Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Model, Urban and Rural. And for the rural category, this organization has collaborated as a technical partner with the Karnataka Rural Development and Water Supply Department. The technology adopted a nature-based system featuring plant drying beds and water percolate systems, minimizes labor and process monitoring requirements, ensuring FSTPs operate efficiently with minimal energy consumption. Presently, 10 FSTPs are operational with 6 more under construction. Approximately 11 lakh rural citizens are directly covered across 300 GPs. 3,200 stakeholders have been trained at the state KRDW and SD office. The cluster-based approach employed in the 16 pilot projects has been expanded not only within the state, but also to rural areas in other states like Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. The initiative's learnings have been shared at national and international forums, contributing to the FSM sector. A big round of applause for CDD India for their intervention in rural areas. The next category, so the winners, there were no winners in the urban category, subcategory this year. So I'm going to skip that. We come to the 8th category, which is the best skilling initiative in sanitation. Launched in September 2020 is the Garima scheme. Again, I'm sure you all know. Improve the safety and dignity of core sanitation workers who handle human waste. This scheme, implemented by the Housing and Urban Development Department, Government of Odisha, covers all 115 urban local bodies, benefiting approximately 20,000 CSWs and their families, impacting 1 lakh people. It provides training and certification for sewer entry professionals. The training approach incorporates simulations, case studies, interactive games, and role-playing to facilitate learning and assess comprehension. Training centers provide realistic models of septic tanks and safety equipment, and funding comes from the state budget and a specific corpus fund. The program has already certified 280 SEPs with ongoing training and trained 800 deputy supervisors and emergency response sanitation unit members to strengthen their roles. The benefits include increased awareness, enhanced employability, income generation, improved health, diversified livelihoods, and economic returns. A big round of applause to the Housing and Urban Development Department, Government of Odisha. But Garima is an excellent scheme. Lots of states are copying them, so yes. Right, now we come to the 9th category, Excellence on Work for Upliftment of Sanitation Workers. This organization is a powerful force for change and empowerment. Its core mission is to uplift scavenger communities through education, shared experiences, and entrepreneurship, and unleash their full potential. These efforts manifest in the establishment of community centers with books, activities, and computers run entirely by the community members, creating leadership opportunities within scavenger communities. Through this mission, they have introduced the Fellows for Equality program, sponsoring leaders within their communities to drive positive change and initiate new projects. What sets them apart is their origin within the scavenger community itself, bringing first-hand experience and fueling their passion for change. The initiative has grown from serving 10 students in 2009 to 10,000 in 2023. They've expanded their reach, opening multiple Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar centers. At these centers, they prioritize empowering women, with 80% of students being girls. Their initiatives have also reduced drug abuse and violence in these communities. Please give a big round of applause to the Movement for Scavenger Community.
Mitali. This one you announce. Yes, because I will now go and stand with them. Now these are all the women change makers, no? No. So मैं announce, तुम announce करो मैं आगे जाकर कर
This next category is very close to our heart, bringing you to category 10, Women Changemaker in Sanitation. The competition was very close this year, and it is evident from the fact that the top position in this category is shared by two individuals with matching contributions, and that is not all. There are two jury special mentions too, as these changemakers are doing exceptional work in the field of sanitation. Our first winner is a remarkable leader who transformed Gargeshwari GP in Karnataka. In 2019, a decentralized solid waste management initiative was started as public-private partnership between ITC Limited and Mysore Zilla Panchayat. The program's goal was to establish hub GPs as exemplary waste management centers and empower women from self-help groups to become leaders. Faced with visible dump sites, odor issues, and inadequate waste management, this changemaker spearheaded efforts to improve waste practices with invaluable support from ITC and SNEH NGO. Her leadership brought about behavioral change and mobilized the community, breaking down socio-cultural barriers in waste management. She received training and with her determination transformed not only her GP but also helped 72 other GPs in improving their waste management systems, benefiting around 85,000 households. Her efforts resulted in a significant increase in source segregation and home composting. This exceptional leader truly embodies the spirit of positive change and women empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Aspia Bano. Next, we are here to honor an extraordinary changemaker who has emerged as a transformative leader not only within her community but also as a beacon of inspiration for transgender individuals. Her journey began in response to the severe marginalization faced by the transgender community in Bhubaneswar, particularly exacerbated by the challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Isc-Ficci SHG, led by her, effectively manages the FSTP in Begusarai. Her contributions extend beyond sanitation, encompassing partnerships with Watco for water ATMs operated by transgender members and innovative cost-effective solutions for managing cesspool vehicles. She has not only benefited her community but also 18 lakh citizens of Bhubaneswar through her dedication to fecal sludge and septage management. Her work has inspired similar SHGs in Odisha, creating stronger community-based organizations and motivating others with her exceptional leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Meghna Sahu. Always appreciative of the good work and motivating women leaders to increase efforts to ensure safe and sustainable sanitation, the jury decided to recognize the endeavors of the two such other leaders as special mentions. Ladies and gentlemen, we take great pride in recognizing the Gram Pradhan of Rajpur Gram Panchayat in Uttar Pradesh. She has been a true catalyst for positive change in her community, tirelessly working to transform mindsets and behavior regarding waste management, plastic waste, hygiene, and sanitation, with a particular focus on women and children. Her visionary initiatives include plastic buyback policies, installation of plastic banks, and portable hand washing stations have significantly enhanced plastic waste management and hygiene in her village. Under her leadership, she aspires to make Rajpur a plastic-free village. Her efforts which prioritize inclusivity, gender equality, and community engagement are truly inspiring. We extend our heartfelt congratulations for her outstanding contribution to the community, making it a shining example of positive change. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Priyanka Tiwari, special mention by the jury. Please don't click pictures from the center stage, otherwise you're coming in the frame, and the photographer will send you the pics, right? Next, we applaud the Mukhia of Harla Gram Panchayat for establishing Bihar's first Govardhan Yojana unit under her leadership. Supported by the district administration, she initiated a state-of-art biogas plant that produces 50 kgs of biogas, 1,000 liters of liquid manure, and 800 kgs of organic manure, benefiting 50 households. With extensive awareness campaigns, she encourages women participation in the plant's construction. The plant provides biogas, organic manure, and jobs and has achieved ODF Plus status for her panchayat. She envisions it becoming a training center for other Gram Panchayats promoting ODF Plus villages. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Komal Kumari, a special mention by the jury in this category. The penultimate category for today and the first in the special category is Best Initiative in Plastic Recycling and Waste Management by an MSME. This organization aims to achieve zero waste to landfill through comprehensive waste management services. They serve as an authorized plastic recycler and EPR executing agency. Their PPP model integrates various stakeholders and utilizes technology for efficient waste management. They employ innovative technologies such as facial recognition technology to track waste pickers and payments and have developed an EPR system for value chain creation. Their MRF at Indore operates through a PPP model with the Indore Municipal Corporation and Indore Smart City Development Authority. Through this approach, they involve waste pickers and automate waste pickup through the Let's Recycle software, utilizing online request generation. The organization has managed more than 5.6 lakh tons of dry waste till now, diverting 13.7 lakh tons of equivalent CO2 emissions. The winner is Nephra Resource Management Private Limited. Let's give them a big round of applause. Last but not least, we have the special category, Best Collaboration in Plastic Waste Management by a Corporate. The Waste No More program, a groundbreaking public-private partnership for plastic waste management, focuses on creating islands of excellence by promoting positive behavior change, developing sustainable waste management models, and ensuring comprehensive community inclusion. The Waste No More program has been launched in Mumbai's D Ward, K West Ward, and Aurangabad to drive behavior change at the individual household level to improve source segregation and divert waste from landfills. Major stakeholders include BMC, Aurangabad Municipal Corporation, and Hindustan Unilever, Dalmia Polypro, EcoSatwa, SBI Foundation, and various other local NGOs. The program's circular approach fosters self-sustainability, generates return on investment, and promotes downstream. No, I think they are here, but I lost the last cue card. I'm so sorry. A big round of applause to the winner, Zindeo India Private Limited. I would like to thank all of you for your unrelenting efforts and for setting an example for others in the sanitation space. Congratulations to all the winners. Yeah. Now we move on to our next segment, that is unveiling of our annual compendium. And I would like to invite Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Conclave, to please introduce the compendium to our audience.
I can promise you that the compendium is very exciting. But before I unveil it, I am going to ask you to be very patient and listen to what I have to say. this is because it's very important. It's a very, very important topic. It's something that I think all of us read about in the newspapers nearly once in 2 days. And my biggest fear is that we read about it, we accept that it's a huge challenge, but very often we don't even know what we can do as individuals to, to help mitigate it. The compendium will talk a lot about how each individual can help mitigate these disasters. But before we go there, I want to give you a little bit of history around what this problem is all about. So just a couple of things that I picked up. Annually, our country, India, generates a staggering 3.4 million tons of plastic waste, of which only 30% is recycled. Further, 20% of plastic waste is diverted to co-incineration, plastic to fuel, and road construction, implying that this waste gets burnt. Going by these numbers, a staggering 1.7 million tons of plastic waste is annually either sent to landfills or aquatic dumps. The extensive use of plastic, coupled with inadequate disposal practices, poses a pressing threat to both our ecological system and human health. And I'm going to quote a little bit from the Marico Foundation research because it's excellent research. I don't know whether we have Mr. Mariwala in the room here, but he will recognize this piece, yeah? According to the Marico Innovation Foundation's report, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu collectively contribute 38% of India's plastic waste. The 2019-2020 annual CPCB report on plastic waste management validates this data and states that India is the fifth highest generator of plastic waste in the world. The catastrophic impact that plastic production and pollution can have on climate change, nature loss, and pollution cannot be ignored. Plastics adversely affect human health, exacerbated by open burning, and are undeniable. I think all of us would have heard Prime Minister Modi, talking about the huge amount of solid waste which is dumped outside New Delhi. And all of us have seen tons of garbage waste which is deposited outside our towns. So I think this is a living example that we all have in front of us. Now, to address this escalating problem, the government, through the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, has prioritized the transition towards garbage-free cities, emphasizing a comprehensive sanitation and waste management ecosystem. Encouraging a zero-waste approach, the mission aims to promote responsible production, consumption, and disposal of products, thereby instituting a closed circular system of waste management. However, no amount of government intervention is going to help to resolve the problem if civic societies do not play a more active and consistent part. It is often said that in urban India, the problem of sanitation is largely viewed as the government's responsibility, where the payment of taxes is expected to cover society's dues. But we know that this is too simplistic a solution to one of the most complex problems our country is facing. Starting with household segregation, to depositing of waste, to ensuring that proper hygiene is maintained in our communities, civic societies have a large and equally critical role to play in ensuring that our environment is kept clean and healthy. Our sanitation workers handling the bulk of waste operate under challenging conditions with inadequate resources, training, and protective gear. Moreover, the material recovery facilities and recyclers in the waste management industry often receive contaminated waste that cannot be recovered and is eventually disposed of in landfills. The plastic menace, a significant contributor to solid waste, necessitates a collective effort to curb its impact. And this brings us to our flagship annual publication, the Business of Change series titled Cities in Crisis, Best Practices on Curbing Plastic Waste Across Urban India. With 20 case studies from 19 organizations, this compendium sheds light on diverse solutions, Contributors include corporates, MSMEs, startups, NGOs, and think tanks, reflecting a nationwide effort to combat plastic waste. Taking a closed-loop approach is imperative. It is our premise that developing infrastructure along with a sustainable value chain at the micro level for upcycling or recycling will enable India to manage plastic waste sustainably. As you dive deeper into the case studies, you will see that each of the 20 models captured through this publication addresses in varying degrees one or more aspect of the closed-loop system of the plastic waste management value chain. Shall we do the unveiling? Naina, would you?
Thank you, ma'am. Collective actions are indeed the need of the hour, and to confront the plastic waste management crisis head-on. I now request Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition, and Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai to kindly do the honors and unveil the compendium. So we have some organizations who have contributed to the case studies, and I would like them to please come and join ma'am and Natasha ma'am, please, for a group pic with the copies of compendium. We have more copies. So we've got NEFRA, ITC, Sahas, One Earth Foundation, HCL Foundation. Please come, join ma'am, and have a picture with the book. Yeah, Aditya is just bringing it. No, they have. Do we have CE also? Or any other organization that I missed who has contributed to the case studies? No. Thank you, everyone. I now request Ms. Madhurani Teosha, Director, Day NULM, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban Capacity Building, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, to please address the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Mashlekar ji, Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai ji, Ms. Natasha Patel ji, State Mission Directors of Swachh Bharat Mission, Chiefs of Corporates who are working in wash space in India, International Development Organization Chiefs, institutions who have been awarded today, and especially SHG Group who are here, the one from Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Natasha Patel ji to give this opportunity to me to address the gathering. The topic that is being taken by me today is collaboration with partners, a Swachh Bharat Mission urban initiative. The background is that, as all of you know, that 2014 till now, we are in the 10th year of Swachh Bharat Mission, and Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0 has also completed 2 years. We were first focusing on ODF status, open defecation free, then ODF plus, ODF plus plus, water plus. Now we are focusing on garbage free cities. That is the motto of Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0. On 17th of November, on the eve of say World Toilet Day, 19th of November, Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs launched this World Toilets Day event in the ministry, and our Secretary, Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs, Shri Manoj Joshi ji, launched this forum called Partners Forum for Swachh Bharat Mission Urban. Many organizations came together for this particular forum, partnership, and so many organizations are already working in their own capacity in the sector of wash, in the sector of sanitation. But like Natasha ji mentioned, that not only government, I mean everybody is working, so all of us should come together, and then collaborated efforts are the need of the hour. Many organizations, national, international, just to name few, UNICEF, USAID, BMGF, ISC, Hindustan Unilever, then Sulabh International, Jiva, NFSSM Alliance, WashEye, and then Professor Dr. Jack Sim, founder and director of World Toilet Organization. All of them were there in person or through online mode to support this particular aspect. Now, when it comes to this topic of collaboration with partners, what is the framework of engagement? I'll go through that. Who all are going to be engaging in this particular forum? Public sector undertakings, corporate sector. This needs to be moved by me, right? Okay. So public sector undertakings would be there, corporate sector would be there, non-government organizations and other organizations would be there. The vision is to achieve garbage-free cities status. Scope of engagement is toilets, solid waste management, used water management, mechanical desludging. Again, mechanical desludging is something which the government of the day is focusing on. You must have heard about this term M2M. That means manhole to machine hole. So we don't want sanitation workers' lives to be at risk. We wish to have safety and dignity given to them. So that's why focus on mechanical desludging. And then overall sanitation workers' welfare. Now the areas of collaboration in which these partners would come along would be project implementation, operation and maintenance, behavior change, communication, knowledge management, innovative technologies, IT solutions, and many other. Who would qualify for this partnership? The organization concerned must have clean antecedents, high credibility and reputation, capacity and outreach for engaging with the community, and additional criteria would also be there for NGOs, civil society organizations and think tanks. What would be our ministry's role in that? We would identify and accept the partnerships and work area, facilitate coordination between the partner and the stakeholders, including the state governments, associating partner organization in national level consultations, and periodic evaluation of the collaboration, because it so happens, as I was discussing with Natasha Patel ji the other day, that many such partners forums come together and then we meet next year on the anniversary, but then we don't analyze what has gone into, what is the outcome, what is the output. So we would like to do periodic evaluations, and then what kind of support would be required from government sector, we will be providing that. How to apply? So the interested partners can submit their proposals as per the required format via email to sbmupartners@gmail.com. So that's it. Let's join the hands for Swachh Bharat. We have achieved a lot and there's a lot more to be achieved. We wish to have all of you together, and from this forum that you have provided me, I would like to urge others also to take note of this particular initiative that has been launched by Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs, and let us join hands and look forward to meet again with some solid collaborative efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this insightful speech. Moving on, while we celebrate excellence in sanitation through the Isc-Ficci Sanitation Awards, we also commemorate the works of our awardees through an annual publication, the Accolade. This publication commemorates the Isc-Ficci Sanitation Awards by providing a brief profile of the winners, including a summary of their contributions to the sector. I request Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Chair ISC, and Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Jury Chair, Isc-Ficci Sanitation Awards, to kindly unveil the publication. Yes. Thank you, sir and ma'am. We now have a special message from Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, a Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs.
I am happy to be addressing you all at the India Sanitation Conclave. This conclave has become an important platform for disseminating innovations and best practices in the sanitation space. Since 2014, sanitation and hygiene have become a national priority under the Modi government. Leading from the front, the Honorable Prime Minister has orchestrated a paradigm shift in India's socio-economic development by bringing about a behavioral change towards Swachhta. Initiatives such as the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban and the Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, or AMRUT, have had a major impact on the state of sanitation throughout the country. The Swachh Bharat Mission has successfully addressed the challenge of open defecation by constructing 63 lakh individual toilets and 6.3 lakh public toilets in our urban areas. Today, more than 76% of the total waste generated is being processed as compared to a dismal 17% or even less in 2014. On the other hand, Amrut has tackled the shortage of basic sanitation infrastructure by adding 172 lakh water tap connections and 135 lakh sewer connections across cities in the country. India has come a long way in its sanitation journey. While substantial progress has been made, more still needs to be done to build consensus on creating garbage-free cities under the next phase of the Swachh Bharat mission. Over the years, the India Sanitation Coalition has advanced this cause through its advocacy. I'm sure this edition of the conclave will further add to the national discourse on sanitation. I look forward to hearing about the deliberations at this event.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the gathering. We now have a special message from Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister, Jal Shakti.
Namaskar. My friend Hardeep Singh Puri ji, colleague in the Union Cabinet Ministers, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Anant Mashelkar ji, former Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Mr. Manoj Joshi, Secretary Government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ms. Vinnie Mahajan ji, Secretary Government of India, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Padma Shri Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai ji, Chair India Sanitation Coalition and Ficci Water Mission and past President Ficci, Shri Shubhrakant Panda ji, President Ficci, Ms. Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary and National Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, Ms. Natasha Patel, Chief Executive, India Sanitation Coalition, India, and Global Chief of Corporates, representatives of the development partners, including B&M Gates Foundation, UNICEF, Water Organization, Aga Khan Foundation, and all others. Winners of the India Sanitation Coalition Ficci Sanitation Awards 2023, dear friends in media, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'm grateful to Naina ji and Natasha ji and the India Sanitation Coalition at Ficci to have invited me to the India Sanitation Conclave and India Sanitation Coalition Ficci Award Ceremony 2023 to speak up my heart. Dear friends, I know it is an important forum that is convened every year to discuss the most topical issues in sanitation in the country is facing, and for the government and industry to decide together the future course of action in the year that follows. The platform is also significant because it helps to disseminate innovations and best practices in the sanitation space in the country that has the potential to create a ripple that is needed to achieve the scale for Swachh Bharat mission. And gentlemen, let me also reflect a little on the sanitation landscape of India, more particularly rural India, as follows. I take enormous amount of pride in announcing from this forum that our country has achieved a significant milestone under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji under this mission. And today nearly 80% of the villages have declared themselves ODF plus under Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin. Morning shows the day, and we as a nation are very confident that we will achieve the SBM Phase 2 goals in its entirely by 2025. Swachhata Hi Seva, a campaign which was the nation undertook in September, witnessed the participation of over 5 crore citizens of India, with over crores of them having done Shramdan. This is remarkable because the campaign converted the mission into a full-fledged Jan Andolan, which is a key, as Prime Minister always says, that is success of any big challenge. India is a vast land of diversity and cultural pluralism and a social good, which is an important and as enormous as securing a clean and garbage-free India is not easy to achieve without the campaign assuming a Jan Andolan proportion. I would like to further emphasize that Swachhata Jan Andolan is not possible without the participation of the partners outside the government. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore emphasize that the non-stake actors, including the corporates, houses, have an equal role to play when these campaigns are undertaken to achieve the intended goal for the social good. I firmly believe that good governance without involving the private sector and other non-governmental entities in the country is difficult to achieve. There are innumerable examples of successful public-private partnerships in the country which have yielded very encouraging results. Highways and e-ways construction, world's best state-of-the-art airport construction are a few to quote among many. But when it comes to raising the water and sanitation infrastructure in the country, perhaps such partnerships are fewer than desirable. But it is not that such models does not exist at all. In fact, there are hybrid annuity models or PPP in setting up treatment plants for fecal waste across some of the southern states in India, but these are few and far between. I appeal to my corporate partners present here to come forward and assume greater responsibility in forging such partnerships where every part that is involved stands to benefit. On behalf of the Government of India and state governments, we will try to make sure that there remains adequate ease to do business when it comes to partnering with the government at different levels. India Sanitation Coalition at FICCI has assumed a very significant role in the public-private partnership space in water and sanitation in the country. Lighthouse Initiative is a wonderful example from which I would like to quote a few things. LHI was a truly unique partnership model, as it is for the very first time that corporate houses went beyond their catchment areas to adopt an entire Gram Panchayat for SLWM interventions for attaining the ODF Plus model status. It was also unique in its agility to respond to the needs of the community. While initially the corporates extends their support around the software component of SBMG, including IC and capacity building initiatives, once the community and local governments voiced their need for capital investment for raising water and sanitation infrastructure also, the corporates were quick to respond to the need. Today I am pleased to say that we have nearly achieved the lighthouse status for 75 Gram Panchayats across 15 states of the country, aligned with the commemoration of Bharat's 75 years of independence. LHI Phase 2 is to be launched soon with support from nearly 40 big corporate houses covering more than 1,000 Gram Panchayats. The underlying philosophy of LHI is sustainability centric. These efforts are important because streamlined processes would not only ensure the creation of suitable infrastructure for SLWM, but also their sustenance and use. Friends, I congratulate the winners of the India Sanitation Coalition FICCI Sanitation Awards 2023. I know the status of these awards have risen year after year, and I congratulate Naina ji and her team for commemorating 7 years of these awards in 2023. India Sanitation Coalition has instituted another significant award this year in the name of my friend late Rashid Kidwai, who was the co-founder of this coalition. The award is called Rashid Kidwai Innovation in Sanitation Awards, that is RAKIs, which seeks to harness the entrepreneurial potential of the sanitation sector in India and promote an enabling environment for enterprise development under Swachh Bharat mission. I'm happy that Raki's awards are in synergy with the Swachh Technology Challenge that was curated by our ministries in the current year with remarkable success. The Innovation Award in Sanitation was instituted keeping all that in mind. Together, we can achieve what we intend to achieve through the current missions: a cleaner, healthier, prosperous, happier, and a better, equal India, as our Honorable Prime Minister have envisioned. A new India, a new Bharat, a developed India, and developed Bharat. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We are on the way to transforming India's water and sanitation space, and I'm sure your words will set the tone for an exciting journey ahead. Now, before we break for lunch, can I request all the awardees to please come forward, and Nana ma'am, Mashalka sir, please join them for a group photograph. And Madhurani ma'am, please. All the awardees, please come on stage, and rest of you all, please stay back for a while. Now we break for lunch. Please requesting the STACO members and ISC team and Nana ma'am, Natasha ma'am, Mashalka sir to please stay back. Rest of you can please break for lunch and be back by 2:30. Requesting team ISC and the STACO Welcome back, everyone. Let us start with our first panel discussion of the day. As part of the Swachh Bharat Mission, India is committed to achieving the goal of Lakshya Zero dump sites within the mission's time frame. Under the leadership of the Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, the proposal for complete remediation has been approved for 280 cities. Through this panel discussion, Reclaiming the Squandered Fortune, Legacy Waste Management and Dump Site Remediation, a tool for reducing the harmful impact of landfills on health and environment, we will try and find answers to many crucial questions about legacy waste management, including the current and future plans for legacy waste management, what needs to be done further to reclaim the acres of lost land, and what are the possible end-to-end solutions for this. The session will be moderated by Dr. Sunil Pandey, Senior Fellow and Director of the Environment and Waste Management Division at TERI. Dr. Pandey has more than 30 years of experience. He has also represented TERI as a solid waste management specialist in task forces with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and Ministry of Environment and Forest. On the panel, we have with us Mr. Arun Murugesh, Vice President, Sales Marketing at Sahas Zero Waste. Mr. Arun is an experienced waste management professional driving circular initiatives through decentralized waste processing and deciphering plastics. He is also skilled in product design and operation of MRFs, and planning and execution of reverse logistics in waste management. We also have Mr. Prabhakar Lingareddy, Executive Vice President and Head of Social Investments at ITC Limited. An ex-alumni of Accelerate Jamshedpur, he has been associated with ITC for 19 years in different capacities across the business. He specializes in sustainability, performance management, compensation management, leadership, and talent development. Next, we have Mr. Swapan Mehra, founder and CEO of IORA Ecological Solutions. Mr. Mehra is an environmental, finance, and climate policy expert with over 16 years of experience in developing climate change mitigation and adaptation projects. He was also a member of the Waste to Wealth mission at the Office of Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Our next panelist is Mr. Nagesh Prabhu, co-founder and director of Zigma Global Environ Solutions Private Limited, which is a pioneer in introducing integrated landfills mining in India and is working towards the eradication of legacy waste landfill sites in India. A graduate of the Dublin Business School International MBA program, Ireland, Mr. Prabhu also holds a BTech in Electrical Engineering from Manipal University. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Deepak Arora, President of Public Affairs and Head of CSR at Naira Energy. Mr. Arora has been associated with organizations of repute like the SR Group, Cairn India, International Finance Corporation, etc. He is an influential public affairs specialist with strong business acumen and has worked closely with government in more than 10 countries. I request all the panelists to please come on stage and take their seats. Over to you, Sunil, sir.
Thank you, Mitali, and thank you also to India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI for organizing this key event, key panel discussion as a part of two-day event. And as Mitali told in the opening session, We know that legacy waste has been a problem in most of the cities and causing a lot of not only contamination but also a lot of waste of resources, which we expect that our panelists will, from their diverse background, will bring those aspects out on how dump sites which have been problem or legacy waste sites which have been problem in the cities can become a source of resource and also unlock, as the background note which has been shared with you says, unlock the land potential of the area which is under these dumping sites. And actually, historically, if you see, the problem of legacy waste remediation in the country was discussed primarily because there was a realization that in most of the cities, these legacy waste dump sites are in the core part of the city now, no longer in a peripheral area where rural population or semi-urban population stays. They're right in the city. And land value, not only for the area which is under the dump site, but also the neighboring land value suffers because of that. Not in terms of real estate value, but also in terms of nuisance which such unregulated, unmanaged dump sites create. In large cities, we have evidences of fire in every winter, every summer, because of uncontrolled release of something which we call methane coming out of these dump sites. Sometimes the waste which is coming to the dump site is also put on fire, which becomes a problem. We know how Delhi chokes in winter, and this because of air pollution, and these landfill fires also add to the pollution which is already caused by several factors, including industry, including vehicles, including agri residue burning in the season. So with this opening remarks, not taking more time, what I'll do is I'll ask my panelists to give their views on legacy waste dump site remediation issues. And the way we have planned the discussion sessions is that there'll be 2 rounds of question, and each of these panelists, we have a specific set of questions from them, and they would spend some 4 minutes around in providing their views. And and then after that there will be second round, and in the end we hope that we'll have around 10 minutes left for question answers from these panelists, which you might have on this very important issue of dump site remediation. So I'll start with Mr. Nagesh Prabhu, who, as the introduction said, is known for pioneering the work on landfill mining or biomining, who was one of the early starters on the aspects of biomining in the project, biomining for the legacy waste dump sites. And in the background note, if you see that the government of India had given some targets to cities to basically come out with remediation of these dump sites by 2023 and balance of sites to be remediated by 2024, and we are much behind those targets. So in a way, you can say that targets are more aspirational in nature, but they have suddenly catalyzed the action in the legacy waste remediation process. So what I'd like to ask Mr. Prabhu is basically what are the problems which he anticipates if these remediation sites are not kind of remediated in the time frame which has been prescribed, which is almost immediately, and how his organization like his can collaborate with potential municipalities and cities, because if you look at definition, any dump site which is holding more than 1,000 tons of waste has to be remediated. So how his organization can play a role, and how they can work broadly with India Sanitation Coalition to further this issue. So,
thanks, Sunilji. As Sigma, we were co-founded in 2015, and it's been 9 long years. But if you look at our contribution, we've roughly processed about 9 million tons of waste. That's legacy waste, and then out of which The most important part is we were able to channelize 1 million tons of RDF to the cement plants, one of the most important factors today, and all the rest being inerts. Now this led for us to reclaim about close to 650 acres of land and 22 dump sites across 9 states. Now this we could achieve over a period of 9 years. Biomining or bioremediation is today focal in the way that it has become less processing but more of RDF disposal and inert disposal, because every other company today is feeling that the challenge is about disposal of RDF, are there off-takers or not. So when you ask about challenge, I would call it more of disposal. I would rather say responsible disposal. We all know the consequences. The urban and local bodies today are on a double-edged sword. They have to reclaim the land in order to bring in a new infrastructure for fresh waste management. And when you talk about reclamation, it's a different scenario. Reclamation also is connected with what the corporations and municipalities are doing with the fresh waste, because on one hand we keep on reclaiming the land, on the other hand they keep using the same land to dump again. It serves no purpose. So it's important that the urban and local bodies make a strategy where the biomining is carried out and parallelly there is a strategy for fresh waste management so that it doesn't get dumped back. Now why is that why is it getting on a slow pace? I would say that the kind of targets that the government of India has given, we need more and more large players to come into the foray. The biggest challenge that the large players today see is complete absence of ESG guidelines. There is complete absence of value to this whole process. I would say it is undermined. And number two is that the urban and local bodies are taking a lot of time to understand the cost involved in the said process. When you talk about ESG guidelines, it doesn't come cheap. And at the same time, we are talking about a process which involves compliances. There cannot be 90% compliance, 10% compliance. It has to be a compliance or not. Now, when you talk about compliances, it requires you to give in a lot of thought about costing. How much does it take for a company to dispose of the RDF, dispose of the inert? How much does it take for processing? So I think if more and more focus is given, and institutions like ISC come forward and work on this, where larger players come into the foray, that's when we can reach this target, an ambitious target, that's exactly why I started saying that even for 9 million tons, a company like us, which has about capacity of close to 25,000 tons of processing every day, we took about 9 years. Of course, the best part is we disposed 0.4 million tons of RDF in just 1 year, last 1 year. So there is an good potential. The cement companies are understanding the potential towards sustainability, getting RDF on board. The first year we started, we couldn't even do, let's say 10,000 tons of RDF, and we finished 0.4 million tons last year alone. There is a ray of light, but the point is again two. One, the cost, and second, adherence to ESG guidelines, which I think Sunilji has to be given more importance on. Thank you.
Thank you for highlighting the issues which would enable large players to come into field of biomining and ensure that whatever targets which are set are met in time, so that these environmental impacts of such dumping of waste can be avoided. Our next panelist is Mr. Arun Murugesh, Vice President Sales, Marketing and Sahas Zero Waste. And Sahas Zero Waste, we all know that they have played a catalytic role in ensuring the segregation of waste is done right at the source of waste generation, and also looking at waste utilization at decentralized level to semi-decentralized level, if I can say that. And they have proven track record on waste utilization. So looking at expertise of Sahas Waste Zero on this, I would like to ask Mr. Murugesh on how they can play a role, because legacy waste remediation is a lot about salvaging the waste value out of mined out waste. So how Sahas Waste Zero can be a key partner there in ensuring the increased utilization, and if there are any challenges which they find there.
Yep, thank you, Sunilji. Good afternoon, everyone. So I represent this company, Saha Zero Waste. So like the word Saha Zero Waste goes, we need to have the courage to actually realize maximum resource recovery. And at our organization, we've been able to recover as much as 90+% from waste. So in accordance to today's theme, I would like to share a few instances of how we go about recovering waste. We have a nice slogan at our organization: once you mix it, you can't fix it. And that's very true to waste. So what does that mean? You have one bin at home and you mix your organic and your inorganic fractions, or the wet and dry waste as we call it, and that's it. You can't do much with it anyways after that. So segregation at source, like Sunilji mentioned, is prime importance. Now, unfortunately, what happens in landfills is you find a lot of mixed waste, mixed as in the wet and dry are together. Now, recovery of resources from such waste is definitely a huge question mark. In fact, let me talk about the reality out there, and thanks, for getting out more important words, keywords for today as well, which is responsible waste management. We heard about Nagesh talking about ESG as well. So if you manage waste responsibly, let's say you have a bin at home and you want to manage that waste responsibly, recover waste at the maximum possible, which is 90+%. You cannot run the operations through sale of waste. What I mean to say is the value that is created by waste, when you sell it, you cannot run full-fledged operations responsibly. Now, what do you mean by responsibly? First and foremost, environmentally responsible. You don't burn your waste for a start, because if you burn your waste, of course, it doesn't cost any money. You can manage it anyways. You don't dump the waste. So this is called as, dumping, which happens in landfills. You don't really, you try and make sure that the entire supply chain is ethical. Do you know that your waste actually could be handled by children? This is definitely a possibility out there, because 90+% of India works around the informal sector, and that is a huge concern. Where is your waste going? Would you want to go home today and track your waste and find out the horrible situation it's in? So these are all aspects around responsible waste management. And when you manage waste responsibly, you cannot manage the operations just by merely selling the waste. You need another component. So we create business models in waste management. We are a services industry. Waste management is not charity anymore. And when you want to create a business model, there are two revenue streams predominantly. One is, of course, the sale of waste, and the other is a service fee. It's called the polluter pay principle. So this concept is the ultimate about waste management. Now, when you come back into bioremediation or biomining, expectations that there is a business model when you unearth material, sell it, and you run your operations and make a lot of money out of it, does not exist anywhere. That is provided you're doing waste, you're operating in a very responsible way. So I would just like to end on that note, saying that now things like BRSR has been mandated by government, for corporates to follow. So this is the next big deal for all of us. Watch out for this word called responsible sourcing out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Where you ended is basically looking at BRSR and possibility of corporates playing role in waste management, and their agencies. For example, our next panelist, Mr. Prabhakar, is representing ITC, and ITC is known for its work on different cities, looking at organizing workforce into collection of waste and deriving value from the waste from their WOW program. And so I would like to ask Mr. Prabhakar on how companies like ITC, out of their CSR budget, can look at playing a part in biomining, if they see their role in legacy dump site rehabilitation, since that's the theme for the session. So, Mr. Prabhakar.
I think I'll probably address it in two portions, Sunil. Probably first talk of what we're doing in terms of the waste part of it, and maybe in the second round address this question. The point that was mentioned earlier was, yes, there are already legacy wastes, and we continue to accentuate the problem by sending more and more material to landfill. I think a big role that corporates, individuals, communities can play is how to put a brake on that particular process so that they don't accentuate that problem. And it is in that context that I'll share what ITC's approach is. I think corporates, big, small, medium, it has to now become a part of strategy. It can't be just something which I like doing. And like what Arun was saying, increasingly the expectations, whether it's from a statutory or a consumer angle, you have to be more responsible. So I'll break this into three sectors. So if I look at ITC, one is the infrastructure part of it. Second is the operations part of it. Third is the product part of it. And our initiatives cut across all these three. And finally, two important stakeholders where we work and should be working more and more is consumers and communities. So just for infrastructure, just like we're talking of responsible sourcing, etc., time has now come for responsible construction. And here when I'm talking of strategy or a goal, there are international benchmarks available today on what is the quantity of carbon emission that is happening per square meter. And some of our recent projects that we have undertaken, we sort of have benchmarked against those type of targets and said we'll operate less than that. To just give an example, we just set up a foods factory in Khurda in Orissa. The international benchmark is 675 kilograms of carbon dioxide per square meter. The whole plant that we have constructed is, we have actually achieved a number of 452, much lesser than 675. And fundamentally because of trying to use waste into the construction material. Fly ash instead of cement, that's one of the biggest usages that we have been looking at. I think it's equally important to focus on value engineering, where you have to design solutions which requires less and less of material consumption per se. Plastic formwork. We have actually sort of used recycled plastic, and people, I am not a civil engineer, but people who are civil engineers would link it to it, instead of the concrete casting. Looking at agrocrete blocks, which is essentially again replacing concrete using agri-waste per se. Now when you're looking at infrastructure like this, we spoke about guidelines, compliances. When you are replacing something, it's important to also understand, are they safe? And this is where I think it takes some time for corporates to sort of swing into a big scale, because it's safety of construction materials, safety of buildings, safety of warehouses, etc. But we have had a very good success there. The second part in terms of operations, it is essentially in terms of how can you reduce the waste that is getting generated, but at the same time, how do you sort of recycle the waste that gets generated? For us, we look at it in two components. One is hazardous waste and the other is non-hazardous waste. Hazardous waste, we have been actually able to recycle close to about 90% plus, and non-hazardous almost about 99% plus. And it is for this reason that we are what we call as solid waste positive for last 16 years. And it essentially means that we are recovering more waste than what waste is actually getting generated. And here, Mr. Sunil, you mentioned about WOW. Now, WOW is basically collecting waste from the environment and doing what? We're using that waste for our paper plant in Kovai as a raw material actually. And so that's one example of how you sort of work in operations. The third aspect is really in terms of products. How do you actually reduce the packaging material in all your products per se? And here our whole focus is in basically replacing the PET material. Whether if you look at us glycerin, Savlon glycerin, we almost sort of now 70% is post-consumer recyclate actually. How do you actually move into paper packaging? Morning I was referring to somebody in terms of the Ashirwad Atta packet, which typically is a plastic pack. Now we are now moving into a paper pack. But again, what we need to understand is you cannot shift immediately because it's a food product. You have to protect it from infestation, etc. we've now been able to achieve 50% replacement of plastic with paper actually. And like this, we have several other examples in products. Quickly to touch upon consumer, and I think that is something which is extremely important. We have to create an environment where consumers start demanding products which actually follow contemporary packaging practices, which produce less waste, but more importantly, consume the waste into packaging. And one of the ways that we've just started recently is trying to get children and consumers excited by saying the plastic that is used for packaging Yippee noodles, we are recycling to make parks, school benches, and this is a project that we have started. And the purpose really is to create an awareness and sensitization. The last part on community, this is where we've been working with different state governments and communities, and as we speak, roughly reaching about to 55 lakh households. And the primary focus is segregation at source and going for a decentralized model. And I would end by just giving one particular statistic which I started with. The studies that have been conducted not just by us but even by the government agencies and urban local bodies, in the catchment areas where we are working, the landfill, that is the waste that is going to landfill, is as low as 13%, which used to be close to about 90% plus before we started the project. So that's the extent of intensity and incidence that has got reduced, and therefore helping not creating further legacy waste.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Very interesting. Our next panelist is Mr. Swapan Mehra and from IORA Ecological Solutions, and they work a lot in coastal areas. And if you look at pollution of coastal areas and pollution of marine waters, eventually the statistics says that around 80% of land waste which is disposed on land finally ends up into coastal waters. So with that background, I'll ask Swapan Mehra to provide his views on the subject.
Thank you very much, Sunil, and big thanks to FICCI for inviting me here. Very privileged to be in this gathering. Like was mentioned in my introduction, I'd like to present views from two affiliations. I mean, I'm now part of IORA Ecological Solutions, which I founded many years ago, but in between I also left my own company, took a painstaking decision to work for the government for 2 years. I actually helped create and run the Waste to Wealth mission of the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister. And at that time, one of the key responsibilities given to us by the Prime Minister's Science Council was to look at ways of making a business case for remedying landfills, biomining and remedying existing landfills. So first let me begin by talking a little bit about our work and our thoughts on how an organization like ours can help in managing waste flows and waste that goes into marine areas, and then I'll probably take 2 minutes to share some of my insights in landfill mining and what needs to be done. So one of the biggest challenges of marine macro litter, as it is called, is that there is a huge issue in terms of measuring what is the quantity of marine macro litter that enters our oceans every year through river pathways, streams and other sources. There are estimates, and mind you, these are official estimates of different very reputed organizations, which just for the Indian Ocean from India put this number at anywhere between 3 to 15 million tons a year. So that's 5 times the range. So I think that one of the most important thing that first needs to be done is just measurement and attribution of sources. Where is this waste coming from? How is it entering the oceans? This 1 trillion pieces of plastic that enter Indian Ocean, 1 trillion pieces as the World Bank estimates, where is it coming from? What are the sources? There are many advancements in technologies that can help this cause. Today, using a combination of high and mid resolution satellite data, which is something that our team works on a lot, you can actually map exactly which source is coming from, what is the nature of the waste, also to the extent that very, very high resolution data, you can even look at the size of macroparticles, and you can do like a cluster analysis of different kind of packets that are entering the ocean. So I think that's a very, very major important thing to be done. There are also examples alternatively of community-based measurement. Goa has a very, very successful case study of small community-based organizations which have been trained to measure and develop intuitive maps of waste that is flowing into the ocean. So one thing very important to hence focus on is this idea of using a blend of technology, traditional wisdom and community action in coastal areas to be able to identify what waste is entering where. You know, when I was in the Principal Scientific Advisor's office, we did a global competition of technologies that can be employed to stop the waste from flowing into oceans. There is a range of technologies that are available which are not even very, very expensive. We piloted some of these. There are floating nets. There is an Indian company called Alpha Mers which has been trying to pilot this at scale for years. If the causation of what is, so the next step I'm coming to is how do we source investment for all of this? If the quantity can be linked to the damage, and if we can have a consequential marginal gain from avoiding the waste flow into oceans, there is an investment case to be built. This is something that we are working on. We are working on mapping, but also trying to build an investment case for deploying technologies that can stop this waste and can recover this waste. I think the third important thing is, end of the day, we have to focus on reducing the amount of waste that's entering our rivers and flowing into our oceans, because it's critical not only from an ocean health perspective, but in our country from a livelihood perspective. A lot of our coastal population is suffering because of the waste entering our oceans, reducing their livelihood from fisheries. And from that perspective, I think the most important thing is community behavior change. So we are working with a sister concern who specializes in behavior to actually develop tools of behavior change using gamification, using digital means, which can be spread to many communities at the same time to convey the message of the cost of inaction, the cost of non-segregation, and the cost of disposal. These are some thoughts. There are very large projects working in this area, but I think that by providing these knowledge impetus, that we can act as a group, as a trim tab, which can steer these very large global projects into the direction that they should work on. If I can have a minute, I also want to talk a little bit about my landfill experience. I'll just take a couple of minutes. So, you know, when we started working, the first landfill that was allotted to us in the Principal Scientific Advisor's office was Ghazipur, because of its iconic status and because, for all the wrong reasons, bad iconic status, not good iconic status, and because of its proximity to Delhi. You know, I want to build on, I want to give credit to Nagesh, because at that time we were engaging with a lot of companies, and a lot of my early education on landfills happened because of interactions with Sigma and their experiences. So thank you very much. And I realized that one of the fundamental issues affecting the overall idea of legacy waste and its treatment in India is that legacy waste is not going to pay for its own treatment. It's an underinvested area, and the problem is that the underinvestment manifests in much larger societal expenditure because of the problems the waste creates. If we are able to quantify the health and the social and the property loss values of a single landfill, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the lakhs of crores, if not hundreds of crores. And that should prompt us to be able to utilize this as a basis to invest. We need to invest. There is no way to underinvest and treat this problem. So there is like 5 pillars that I want to quickly touch upon, which need to be institutionalized and implemented if these legacy waste sites have to be addressed. The first is scientific planning. For Ghazipur, we engaged a set of consultants, and we were able to do a plan which included slope stability analysis, height analysis, waste composition analysis, right down to the top 5 constituents of the waste and where they can be used. This information is not available to us on most waste dump sites, Nagesh, if I'm correct. When a contractor goes in, they go in very blind, knowing only that, okay, just treat the waste and sell it. It's very difficult to do if you haven't mapped where and what each waste particle can go. And if we do that properly, it can really, really help in monetizing the waste. I think there's a big role to be played in data collection. The second is technology. There is so much advancement in technology today, but the appetite to be able to absorb and pay for new technology is very limited. You know, when we were running Waste to Wealth mission or started the Waste to Wealth mission, we did a consultation with the leading VCs of India. And one of the interesting conclusions that they all came to is that they find it very hard to invest in environmental technologies in India. They said that these same technologies, some which were going to do biomining through laser, some which was going to utilize plastic for aviation fuel, they said if these same companies were incorporated in the UK or the US, they would invest without a thought. But here, because the payment stream is so public sector dependent, they don't touch these technologies. Why? We need to encourage this technology sector so that we have technologies which are local in nature. Then is investments. Like I mentioned, there are pools of investment outside the conventional waste field which we haven't tapped. If we can tap into them, and there are models for this. There is a whole idea of social bonds which around the world exist, in which you monetize future gains, right? Imagine monetizing the healthcare gains of a landfill. You can pay for any technology. The second issue is that margin, the waste treatment happens on the margins. We have to appreciate the marginal benefit from additional investment and not stop and pay a much larger fee later. There are emerging instruments to this effect, which I think all of us can champion, help pioneer. We are working, for example, as a company and advising the government of India on creating green credits, which is a new instrument. It has already been notified for trees, and now the next field is waste. Good waste management will be given credits, which can then be sold to corporates. There are plastic credits, etc. The other issue is procurement, the fourth issue. Procurement is a problem. Most landfill operators do not understand sophisticated procurement. Like Nagesh mentioned, the idea of risk is not well understood. If it's disproportionately given to a Sahas or a Sigma, how will they manage that risk? The risk of failure cannot be just unilaterally given to one body. So I think it's very important to create templates and inform ULBs on better procurement. And lastly, behavior. I think that this whole issue of behavior change is so important because like Sir mentioned, if while you are emptying your landfills, you are going to keep getting thousands of tons of fresh waste in that same site every day, which is not sorted, not segregated, these mounds will never go away. So I think that this is an issue that requires all of us to work together. There are examples and case studies of technologies, there are databases, but we need a holistic investment environment to action these. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sopan. Our next panelist is Mr. Deepak Arora, who is from Yara Energy, President, Public Affairs and Head. When we talk of biomining, we know that one constituent from biomining is something which we call refuse derived fuel, which is a kind of pellets coming out of energy material in the waste. And since Yara Energy is about energy, I would like to ask Mr. Arora to put focus on if he finds presence of RDF in biomining any lucrative for his own business and how he sees that whole issue.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank ISC for putting such a brilliant panel together. I think after probably 20 years, I have taken notes of this volume. So that also speaks volume of what the speakers have added to me. And I really go back much learned today. But let me answer your question in three parts. First, let me just introduce who we are and why we are here today. In the second part, let me just talk about a little bit about the industry and how the industry currently is addressing the challenge of reuse and waste management. And then in the third part, I will come to specifically your question of the legacy waste. So as Sunil mentioned, we are a refinery. We are into oil and gas. We are a fuel-based company, and we have three verticals in the business. We have a port, we have a power plant, and we have a refinery. And the refinery, we of course produce petrol, diesel, sulfur, and many other products, which are all consumed by most of us. Now, in each of these segments of business, there is a lot of reuse and lot of sustainability issues are being addressed. Let me pick up one by one. So, if I look at the refinery, the refinery waste is very minuscule. It is less than 0.5%, and that's how the technology has evolved. In fact, it's much lesser than 0.5% also. And in next few years, one will find that this will become a zero discharge refining. So that's where the industry is going. So which means that every drop of crude that you get will eventually be used. The final emission which the vehicle emits, there also you are seeing a lot of change. So you might reach that state also where that emission also becomes practically zero. So that's one chain where things are happening. Second is the power plant, which we have again in integrated power plant, where there is a scope to use legacy waste, and I will come to that. And the third part is the port, where a lot of ships come, crude is offloaded, we load products and then they are sold. And these ships generally use heavy furnace oil, fuel oil, and now the way the technology is evolving, residue or whatever everybody leaves, including what the lube oil which traditionally would get dropped onto the soil, can be collected and then can be reprocessed to use in ships with very little emissions. So everywhere, because the industry has been in so much focus, the amount of efforts that have been made are also probably proportionate to the amount of noise that was there. So that's the second part of my discussion. Coming to the focus question, which is legacy waste. Now, legacy waste for us has again two different dimensions. One is the biomass part of it, which again I will talk much lesser about it, because we have a mandate now to blend 10% ethanol, which is all biomass, bio waste, which is now being converted into ethanol and then being used and blended in fuels. The second is methanol, for which experiments are going on, for which I think when you mentioned about methanol, and I think earlier also methane emissions were mentioned. Now what is waste on this landfills is actually a resource for us. Now the only thing is that today probably we don't have appropriate techniques to capture that methane, but yes, it's probably the most valuable resource, in fact to that an extent where directly fuel can be replaced by methanol. So that's where the technology is evolving. So probably when we reach that stage, that question will also be answered. Then the third is the bio waste, which is in terms of the leaves, the twigs and the plants that are left. And I have heard somebody saying that in next 5 years we will not have a single leaf dropping on anywhere in the country, because everything will be used up. So that's one direction in which the industry is moving. And is it good? Yes, it's absolutely good. There is one single data point which I will use for this. There is a study done by one of the research institutions in the UK, and the data point simply said in one line that if you are using towards sustainability and CSR, if you are this bio legacy waste, if you are processing and that is traveling 2,300 kilometers by sea or 1,265 kilometers by road, it is still economically viable. So I think that in one line answers the sustainability and CSR potential of using the legacy waste. Of course, the caveats are appropriate technology and certain other issues, which I again will speak about. So this is one particular landscape for us. Now coming to the legacy waste part of it. Now legacy waste again has three components. One is the tire derived fuel, which is very easy to use, not only for us but for everybody else also in the industry. The second is the solid recovery one, and the third is the alternate, which is the RDF that we are talking of. Now tire recovery is probably the easiest one because it's bulk, it's large size, collection is easy, similar to bottles. Other waste is really very difficult, and the volume, as I think earlier pointed out, there is a mix of wet waste, dry waste, segregation becomes a lot of challenge. So if you are not able to segregate at source, then it is really economically how viable it will be, we really don't know. The other issue which is very peculiar to the urban and the rural divide is availability of the RDF. Now in the area where we are, it's a rural area and the population density isn't that huge. Now, and there are two large dump sites which are there. One is 80 kilometers away and the other one is 50 kilometers away. Now the 50 kilometers away is a smaller site. Now you don't get much volume over there. The one which is 80 kilometers away is a much larger site. But and there are also processors which are already there. So what do you get in turn? Very limited. So access per se, because of your location, sometimes can become an issue. The volume can become an issue. The cleanliness or the hygiene factor can become an issue. The efforts required in many cases might be disproportionate. But then if you to sum it up, is there a value proposition lying for CSR? Then the answer in one word is a thumping yes. There is no other direction to be thought of. Ways, mechanisms, I think collectively with what we've discussed over here, there is a lot to do and there is a lot more to be done collectively by not only the businesses but also the community as a whole. Because if you don't segregate at source, and I think one very appropriate quote was made, I'm sorry I have forgotten in so many notes where it was written, if you mix it, you can't fix it. So I think that would be my last comment. If we mix it, we really can't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arora, for very interesting insight. What I'll do is now, since we have, before the note came, I know that we have very little time left. So what we'll do is next round we'll do in a rapid fire mode, and 1 minute on your observations. We'll change a sequence a little. So I'll start with Mr. Sapan Mehra, and I'll ask him how does he, what is the partnership opportunity which he sees between different players, because he was also at PSA, and I hope his stay at PSA was not so painstaking. Leaving his organization to join PSA was, but PSA probably was more pleasurable and learning experience for you.
No, absolutely. I think that firstly the stay was very pleasurable and exciting, not painstaking. I think that the key word which defines waste management or should define waste management is partnerships. I think we need partnerships with the private sector very much, not only through CSR but also through investments, also through technology, also through R&D, also through consumption of waste recycling. I think we need a range of partnerships. We need partnership with research and academic institutions, and they need to work together with corporates. I think this connect between research and the private sector, which is very weak in this country, but is now starting to do really well in biotechnology. We need to learn from that field and replicate that to waste. We need contextual technology and solutions suited to India. We cannot import very expensive Japanese technologies or very small scale Finnish technologies and roll them out en masse in India. We need that. Finally, we need the financial sector to step in and look at waste as an investment opportunity, and we need the government and organizations like FICCI to play a key role in ensuring and securing that investments. It's a risky space, but it's not, and there are models for this. Look, today large companies are investing. I never thought in my life that I'll see large oil companies investing in forestry for carbon credits. It's an area they don't understand. It's risky. If they can do it there, why can't they do it in waste? So very important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. From where you ended, I'll move to Nagesh. And about his 1 minute pitch on how biomining process can be scaled out and replicated at the scale which is required, India being a large country.
Sunilji, when we started, what we saw was that there was an absolute lack of confidence in the urban and local bodies for private players like us to get into biomining. What it lacked was that there was no transparency. So we believed in the 4T philosophy, one of which Sapan already spoke: technology, transparency, traceability, and testing. Right? We invested a huge amount of time and energy in traveling to places. One of the countries that we hit upon was South Korea, right? And we spent about 6 months there. We understood back in 2016 they had already reclaimed close to 500 dump sites. Some of them reclaimed to Seoul World Cup Stadium, Suwon subway station, and residential complexes. And we knew that importing the technology, like Sopan mentioned, was completely expensive. It is going to be, not viable for India. So we called them into India. We manufactured those machines in India. We customized them because it was not an off-the-shelf solution, and then we worked it out here. Now, we've been working on this, and we also decided that we are not going to be penny-wise, pound-foolish. We had a lot of losses in the initial stages, but we said we are not going to take shortcuts because there's enough shortcuts taken in the industry. We will not do it again. We'll have to prove our mettle and then go ahead. And the ULBs then came forward with open arms. That's why we would, we are today at the 9 million figure. Now, just one example that I want to tell you is that like our processing machines, if you come and visit 4 of my sites, they will be completely different, right? I think the machines will be common, but the way they have been configured is different because that is depending on the waste characteristics. The important part today, which even the government is emphasizing, is scale, right? If from the government side, the scale is important because they have no time. And from the private players side, the scale is important because I need to sweat my fixed assets, right? So it's important. So in order to do that, we'll have to work out of the box, and then we brought in these concepts, and then we worked very well. We also brought in a lot of programmers. We brought them on board. We made an ERP. We did not pick it up from the market. We built it ourselves. We said we are going to give these ERPs on handheld devices to the urban and local bodies where they can see everything live. So we did that. It was amazing, and now we are seeing that these ERP systems are made a part of the request for proposals. They're saying this has to be mandatory. Now this is a success, and as I previously mentioned, if we have to clear the humongous problem of legacy waste, we need large players to come into the foray, but in a very transparent manner. I know again technology is the key, and the ESG guidelines with transparency, traceability, and testing, which comes hand in hand. Now this would give a clear picture and clear message to the people. So second important thing is we are addressing the large and medium sized dump sites, but what about the smaller ones? Now we just saw Karnataka coming up with a very innovative model. What they've done is they've combined these clusters and they've made something called a cluster headquarters. And they're saying all the waste that is present in the smaller places could be brought into the cluster headquarters, and you can actually process it so that you have scale. So that attracts more and more companies to come in rather than hunting for smaller places and then you don't find people. There's some innovative approaches. I think cluster model is one of that. I think there's a lot to go. I am seeing a lot of development, and I mean things looks very, very bright. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arora. Industry is known for developing technologies, customizing technologies, monitoring and measurement, looking at setting up targets. So how industries can help not only contractors but also cities and ULBs with their technology packages to sort out some of these problems.
Okay, so four quick points. One, CSR obviously can be the risk capital part of it.
Sure.
Two, if you really want change at scale and a market mechanism to arrive like other industries in sustainability space, and for this to be successful, then businesses also have to be an investor in its waste management supply chain. That's the second point which I believe. Third, there has to be a buyer-seller relationship despite this, with or without this investor relationship, because that's where it really becomes, you become an active stakeholder and a participant. Fourth point, to answer your question on technology, yes, there is sufficient know-how available, because now the regulation for the private sector is so stringent that every emission of yours, every drop of what you release anywhere is monitored. So your access, understanding of technologies is far better. Your investment capabilities to invest in-house is far better. Now there is no mechanism of transfer of this know-how per se together. So a platform which actively works only on this would be the fourth point of recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Murugesh, would be, we also have talked about of small opportunities, small legacy dump sites. So can we look at developing small businesses, particularly startups who get sufficient opportunity to develop this as a business model?
Yeah, absolutely. Collaboration is the name of the game. With so many startups coming up, very innovative solutions. However, there needs to be a lot of emphasis around keeping it simple. Stick to the fundamentals. Traditional also can work. So yeah, first point I would like to make is collaboration. There are enough proven solutions out there. It's just that we have to take it to scale. And for us to take it to scale, you need the right backing of technology. So at our organization, we use good level of technology as well, but then it's just an enabler. So you need to get on the ground and really, go through the grind, especially in the collection, transportation segment. So along with collaboration and technology as an enabler, it's a key aspect. However, nothing can happen without without the right financial instruments. We've seen that time and again, especially around plastics, and we know dump sites are all about plastics. There is a very big issue around working capital. So blended finance, etc., NBFCs, these are out there, government schemes are out there. It's more about how do we utilize them, how does it reach the startup world, and for them to be able to mobilize their solutions through the right level of financing instruments. So these were the top three bottlenecks challenges from my side. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And lastly, Mr. Prabhakar, how do you see opportunities, if you what you say is as PPP, partnership between industry and here, three-way partnership between industry, between possible contractor, between urban local bodies, so that they can work more effectively?
I think three areas. When we want to sort of literally take a concept, what they say is lab to land, and do it at a scale basis. And I think it was mentioned that India is very heterogeneous. One solution in one location does not work. I think there's a tremendous scope for a partnership to create some base templates, which are, let's say, up to 70%, 80% applicable wherever you are, and then you play the 10%, 20%. So it almost becomes like a cookie cutter approach to a large extent for the ULBs. I think there's a tremendous scope at a national level for different people to come and maybe facilitated by a forum like ISC to do that. The second element I see may not necessarily be PPP, but much more work needs to be done in creating awareness and dissemination. I think we've been discussing legacy waste, but if you walk across, even in large, well-educated metro cities, all that we hear is the problem that we have with the landfills. But how each one of us actually played a role in leading to it and what we need to do going forward, I think there has to be a massive campaign. And it is here, in my view, that government, industry bodies, corporates, and this is where the CSR money can actually flow in a very significant way into sort of creating that sort of awareness, because time is of essence. The last point that I would say is from a PPP thing is, again, that was alluded, is a PPP which involves research bodies, scientific institutions, to demonstrate evidence and the cost of not doing things. And that is where that interdisciplinary approach that needs to be created. Today, it should not just be a problem of urban department or a rural development department. There is environment, there is climate, there is health. So how do we get all these people not just at a national level, but also at a local ULB level? That is where, again, some sort of a PPP will help.
Thank you so much. I would call it cost of inaction. For some areas, for example, air pollution in most of the cities, we are beginning to realize that it is taking a huge toll on our human health. So what I'll do is, since we are almost up with the time, I'll not try to summarize it. If someone has a very burning kind of question which you feel that panelists have not addressed or touched upon, maybe we can take up that question. Otherwise, I'll thank my panelists and for excellent discussion which they had, and then formally close the session. Sure.
Raise very pertinent points, but how can we disrupt the current methods of payment? At each level, someone is either paying for collection or paying for some products. It's a very disrupted chain. We have the same in sewage treatment, that who is paying for what is seriously disrupted. In sewage treatment, the ideal would be that the payment should happen when the sewage is actually tipped into the facility which has to treat it. But we actually pay the guy the honeysucker, who takes it from us, and we have no idea where it goes. So the whole chain is disrupted because the mafias of collection already exist. How can we solve that? Because financing will cover each vertical that you cover, but there is a financing in place already in the chain which needs to be disrupted. And how can we start with that disruption?
Yeah, I can quickly take that. I'm borrowing a word from Nagesh. It's called traceability. It works very well, and we've been able to prove it on the ground as well. It's been able to bring in business viability in waste management. Unfortunately, it does not exist at all. And the second concept is, if you don't look at it as an ecosystem, if you take waste management at our organization, we've split it into 9 tiers, and we have to look at it completely end to end, holistic, and then look at traceability. That's the solution.
The solution exists.
So I'll not try to add up anything because we are already 1 minute overshot. So I'll thank my panelists for excellent remarks, and maybe I'll conclude it and share it with IC and Ficci in my separate note with permission of my panelists. And I'll formally close the session and request you to give them a big round of applause before we move from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for such an insightful and crucial discussion. Legacy waste management needs concentrated efforts as it is vital for environmental, social, and economic reasons. We hope through this panel discussion we have been able to bring it to the center stage. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on, climate change represents the most significant challenge of the 21st century and poses severe risks to water and sanitation services. The risks are higher and more intense in coastal areas given the higher vulnerability index due to their physical proximity to coastlines and increasing cyclonic activities. The WASH infrastructure to be climate resilient is of utmost importance since WASH infrastructure and services are central to the growth, sustenance, and normal functioning of any city. Our next panel discussion centers around climate resilient cities with a focus on coastal states. The session will be moderated by Ms. Aditi Pandey, Head of Partnerships and Communications at CDD India. Aditi currently heads Partnerships and Communications at CDD India. She comes with an extensive experience of about 15 years in domains of environment and social issues. A trained social worker from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, she has been influential in forging strategic partnerships across various stakeholders, including public, private, multilateral, and non-profit organizations. She is one of the very few trained Indians who have studied nature-based solutions from Smith's School of Enterprise and Environment, University of Oxford. Over to you, Aditi.
Hi, thanks. I would like to introduce and invite our distinguished panel. We have Ms. Nainalal Kidwai. She's the chair of India Sanitation Coalition. Sorry? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We don't need it. Next, we have Dr. Ravi Mariwala, who's the founder of Smart Water. Dr. Mariwala has a PhD in chemical engineering from University of Delaware, where he authored 17 publications and received 5 patents for his work on carbon molecular sieves. And finally, we have Mr. Romit Sen, Senior Vice President of Corporate Sustainability at HSBC India. Mr. Sen conducts advanced multi-stakeholder engagement with the government, think tanks, research institutions, and not-for-profit organizations to enhance the visibility of HSBC India's sustainability initiatives and contribute to policy advocacy. He is an environment and sustainability professional with more than 18 years of experience in program development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, action research, and evidence-based advocacy. I would like to set the context a little based on the topic. We all have been talking about climate change and climate resilience, and I think our understanding based on each of our domains is a little varied. So I would like to ensure that we all are on the same page before we proceed so that we can make the most of this discussion. So today about 4.4 billion people live in urban areas, and this number is about to double up for the World Bank data. And in India, as much as the world, the physical hazards of climate change are becoming more severe and more frequent. One of the data of Cambridge research says that from 1992, we have had about 24,000 heat wave related deaths. And in the last year's report of S&P Global, it says that the country's economy is about to be hit, given that, and based on the physical risk than its peers, and this is about Indian economy, by 2050 because of high exposure to wildfires, floods, storms, and rising sea levels. Now, India, owing to its vast population and geography, is confronting a broad spectrum of disastrous consequences. And given that India is not an urban homogenic unit, there cannot be a standardized solution across the country, states. Within states, the variations are so much that the solutions need to be contextualized. Now, while we speak of this country as a whole, we also need to keep in mind that, and which the discussion will eventually take forward, that policies also cannot be standardized for the entire country because the solutioning will have to vary. So there has to be a buffer even in the policy for rural, for hilly regions, for coastal regions. Today the discussion will be focused on coastal regions primarily. The urban environment has very distinctive bioclimatical factors in comparison to rural areas. The process of urbanization alters the natural surface and the atmosphere of that region. The same thing that will have an effect, for instance, increase in the runoff water or increased temperatures and decreased evaporation, the same phenomenon of evaporation in the rural surface will warm it up more than the urban. So the solutioning will vary again. Now, building climate resilience requires climate adaptation measures that enable communities and cities to withstand climate risks. This involves identifying climate risks, incorporating them into policy and investment discussions, supporting locally led adaptation efforts, and mobilizing finance for the climate solutions. And we'll now start with the questions. Ma'am, I'll start with you first. What are the key considerations for us to achieve the goal of climate resilient India, so to say?
I think as we look at this study, it's not to solve for climate change per se, but specifically looking at sanitation, plastic, water, the whole waste management space, and also to ensure that in looking at this resilience, we build right. So that policy then becomes very important. I'll take the example of an industry which I'm on a global board of, which is in building products. It's basically Holcim, which is an erstwhile cement company. I say erstwhile. Today, in the last 3 years, it's become a building products company, investing in a range of products to do with climate resilient buildings, which are much more energy efficient, looking at cladding material, looking at roofing material, so much more holistic. And so one aspect has to be about how we build and what we build. And that is urban planning, which is a hopeless disaster in our country. But if we can plan our cities, and we are building a new Chicago every year, so let's at least start with some of the new suburbs, the new buildings that we do, how we plan for that urban plan in a way that the buildings are energy efficient, but also that the waste management is efficient. And what I mean by this is that through technology and R&D, what companies like Holcim have done is they are getting more carbon efficient, less carbon intensive by not needing the traditional mining elements, but using reconstruction waste. The single factor of how you collect a building which you break down, take that material so it doesn't go to a landfill, collect it directly from the site, bring it to yours, treat it, and then use it for clinker. So it's, again, as we heard in the earlier panel, about the chain of collection. You don't go and mix it with vegetable waste. You're collecting it from site, so you don't have this issue of mixing it so that you can't fix it. And then comes the second aspect, which is the chain of payment. So the policy then comes in as to who pays for what. The person who has construction waste pays somebody to pick it up. The guys who pick it up are reconstruction waste companies. They have lots of MSMEs around in Europe who basically specialize in this. And then who pays to buy that reconstructed waste? And who pays what? Where does the profit margin lie? So that each person has a business proposition at the end of it. And that is the chain that is entirely broken at the moment in our country, because it's very, it's not regulated, for one, because it does need some element of regulation. You have to create the MSMEs who can make enough money doing it, not individual small contractors, but proper companies who are accountable. And there has to be a regulation that is very tight about where the stuff gets dumped. If I'm just paid to collect reconstruction waste, I take it, and you'll see mounds of it lying all over Delhi. This is valuable material for some cement company somewhere, but then how do you get it to the company? And our cement companies are largely in interiors. So the price of payment of collecting it from a city to send it to a plant which was built because it was built on a limestone reserve, whereas we need the cement plant now to be near a reconstruction waste, are all questions of who incentivizes these new companies to come up to use raw material, which is important. It took 20 years. I watched the fly ash brick industry coming up. Today, there's a shortage of fly ash bricks. But it took 20 years when we had fly ash coming out of our ears to even get the building industry interested in using fly ash brick. So we have to work faster, we have to work quicker, we have to know what those formats are in terms of what we build, how we build, and with what we are building as ingredients as we go forward. And then this whole area of collecting and planning. So coastal cities is the focus. So coastal cities by definition means we have to be resilient from floods, disasters, hurricanes, tidal waves. This is the new world of climate disruption. And there again, therefore, it is going to be about addressing these spaces on the sanitation infrastructure. Because if we're going to spend, as we are, loads and loads of money building new toilets and building what we have, the STPs and the treatment plants, but it's going to flood every year and break and ruin what we built, we have to think about how we build that. And lastly, I would just say livelihoods are a very important part of it. There's a whole range of livelihoods that can come from getting it right, a whole range of livelihoods that can be looking at plastic waste in the oceans and using plastic for what it is. And we heard in the last discussion as well, it's a huge deliverer of energy. I mean, the cement industry can use plastic freely in its kilns. So it's a huge generator of energy. It's a generator for raw material for multiple industries. So again, how we look at livelihoods and stick it together with the need of the day is going to be important. And lastly, this collaboration, partnership. That's the refrain you hear across every panel. How do we get that right?
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Ravi, so there are a lot of new technologies when we talk about climate adaptation or mitigation. There are a lot existing even in the West, but one of the key challenges in implementing the solutions on ground, either for adaptation or mitigation, is unaffordability for both the ULBs and the citizens. How do you think we can work around or cater to this challenge?
Thank you, Aditi, for the question. I think what you have described is really a very true challenge. But what I'd like to do is go one step further, not down, but further up. What we are thinking about is getting technologies and adapting the technologies as we are getting that. However, because of the heterogeneity of our coastline and our climatic zones and conditions, there is a certain degree of customization required at every couple of 100 miles or a few miles. And we have realized that. So we'll take an approach, something called the 70-30 or the 80-20 approach, where 70% of the technology or 80% of the technology is pretty standardized. And then you need to do a little bit of customization at the other end. Second thing which I always believe in is that there is nothing like high tech, low tech. It is always the right tech which wins. And what I mean by right tech is not just the cost of it, it has to deliver the performance, it has to deliver the cost, and it has to be easily engageable with people, because at the end of it, people are going to be learning this. So for example, one of the technologies which we have suggested for somebody is almost 250 years old, but that's the most relevant technology for the problem. So one has to really take some time to identify the problem and suggest the right kind of technologies and right kind of interfaces for doing that. Currently, if you look at it, there are some very interesting things which is driving the world ahead. And one of the big forces which is driving the world ahead is digitization. And using digitization cleverly becomes very, very interesting. It can be used very nicely to monitor the technology. It can be used very nicely to basically educate the people about technology. So what the question comes in is that we select the right technology. I think you will find that the cost and the life cycle cost of the technology is going to be quite affordable. But how do we get this across so that people can work around and cater to this cost factor what you have mentioned? Out here there is always a number of things which comes up, and there are two things which are very important. One is that we have to realize that you know, when you are availing a service, you need to pay for it. Okay, so an economic model needs to be created, or a business model needs to be created around that. Till now, I think, to put it very broadly, we have assumed that water is going to be free and the sewage is going to be going out quite okay, but we are paying a price in terms of the environmental degradation, we are paying a price in the terms of you know, scarcity, and we are paying the price in terms of healthcare issues which are coming up. And indirectly or directly, we are paying for it. For example, if you have potable water today where there is scarcity, we have, you know, water tanker mafias which are already operating out there. The same thing is also happening with the sewage and the sanitation part also. So I think to break this nexus, we need to create a formal economic model whereby, let us say that you have treated sewage and construction sites do need water for carrying on construction activities. Can we use well treated sewage for construction activity? Can we create a market whereby there is some trading and there is some financing which is happening out here in this case? Second thing is the role of government. The government also has to understand that they are collecting taxes from us. So one of the reasons they collect taxes and they charge a cess, if you look at, on water bills of disposal, I think they need to provide at least the basic infrastructure for doing something in terms of either collection or treatment, etc. Though the private sector has taken a good cause or a good challenge of providing a small sewage treatment plants within their developments, is still not adequate because it's a little bit of an eyewash. We still need to be more stringent, whereby we are meeting standards, and I think FICCI is working on it. I am also on that committee whereby we are deciding we need to look at reduce, reuse and recycle water, and for reusing and recycling water, the standards have to be specified so that water is what we call biologically stable, has a proper shelf life, and we can work with it, and does not cause any issues with public health. That's a very, very important part. Otherwise, it can become a large public nuisance, because if it's not treated properly, it's partially treated sewage, which is a big issue for the public. So if I was to kind of spell out 2 or 3 things which would help us adapt it in the urban areas and the coastal areas, what could be the best thing to do in terms of managing water and sanitation? One would be getting the right technology and the right partners for doing that. Second thing is, we have to understand that we have to create an economic model around it, whereby we are able to finance it really well, and it's a self-sustaining model, otherwise it will fail down at some point in time, like what's happening today in the country. And third thing is, the role of government needs to be more clarified. I think a little more debate on that part would be really going a long way, and we start moving in that direction. I think that would be good. And the last point I'd like to make is treating sewage. Just as the previous session we looked at mining waste, treating sewage as a resource is very important. We can extract a lot of interesting materials out of it. Energy for sure, it can be extracted and used very efficiently. There are some other elements which are of tremendous importance, which something like phosphorus, which is present in all the sewage water or wastewater, and we are today a net importer of phosphorus. And if we can recover that, that becomes a very interesting way to look at things. Recovering nitrogen-based materials as fertilizers. For example, in Israel, they are using sewage water to treat it to a level where they can use the water directly without much of fertilizer addition for irrigation purposes. So these are some of the interventions one can bring in effectively using technology, using deep knowledge, and you can create a viable economic model to run these through, which would help us do that particular part. Mind you, the problem of financing the STPs and the water and wash infrastructure in the developed world is also having lots and lots of issues. For example, in US today, most of their wash infrastructure is in a very bad shape. You saw what has happened in Flint, Michigan, where they had lead coming into water. It was a reason because their infrastructure was really fragile and it had broken down. And today, I think the Biden government has mandated that they're going to spend a lot of money on bringing up this kind of infrastructure. So I think private-public partnership is very essential to driving these things.
Thanks, Ravi. Romit, how is HSBC responding to the climate change, both globally and in India?
Thank you, Aditi. And okay, that's, I mean, quite a large, I would say the scope, but I think I would limit my response to more on, because, for us at HSBC, delivering a net zero economy is part of our business strategy also. It is one of the strategic goals that we have, but maybe I'll limit myself to more within the philanthropy and the, which is CSR space as to what we are doing. So while climate is a key pillar of our business strategy, there is engagement to advance climate transition for our clients and businesses. But I think within the philanthropy space, we have recognized this as a key imperative for economic development, sustaining livelihoods, and safeguarding our environment. So as part of our global philanthropic investments, which of course also comes to India, 3 years ago we launched something called the Climate Solutions Partnership, which was like a 100 million 5-year investment looking at 2 key areas of climate. And the 2 areas that we focused on, this is of course undergone some bit of revisions as part of a new philanthropy strategy, but energy transition was one. And within energy transition, we said that we'll have to, it was easier to kind of look at one solar installation here, one solar there, but we said that, how can access to renewables and how do you marry it with a developmental outcome? So in India, for our programs that we do in India, we said that we will follow a sectoral approach of enhancing renewable energy access for certain sectors. There are 3 major sectors that we picked up. One was dairy cold chain. And I think while doing so in our work, what we've realized that climate acts as a horizontal. And there are various intersections that climate has. So when you say that you kind of work on a specific area of climate, and your focus and ambit will be limited to, say, one geography, one area. But I think your experience tells you that as a horizontal, climate brings out different intersections, which again, the learnings from your work could serve as solutions for others. So in the dairy cold chain, when we looked at addressing renewable energy for milk chillers, we said that, while of course we are addressing, say, some part of the problem of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions by replacing diesel-based milk chillers by solar, there's also the aspect of the fodder of the livestock that also is contributing to, a large part of the emission. So it's that, so while of course we started with our focus on looking at the energy transition for milk chillers, but then we said that, okay, if we have to look at the problem, it has to look at others. And, there are limitations of resources and time, but I think it's that whole understanding that climate is a horizontal and you will have to look at a problem, and one ship which will steer climate action, which we heard a lot, is partnership. So a lot of the evidence data that you generate could serve as, useful reference for others. The other sector that we looked at energy transition was water and wastewater, more from the urban utility space, because, in some of our work, and maybe I'll touch upon this because this was a key component of our coastal cities initiatives also, that a large part in some of the studies that, our partners have done, around 50 to 60% of the energy bill in a utility goes in energy, of course, water, wastewater provisioning. So we said, can energy transition be, like an opportunity where we work with urban utilities to advance energy transition in the water and wastewater sector. The third was the productive use of renewable energy, because again, both, for us as, as a CSR in India, it becomes important that while there are global programs and global KPIs, you also have to, marry it of course, what your Schedule 7 says, but also more importantly, programs that create developmental outcome. So the productive use of renewable energy was one area where, we are looking at how renewable energy solutions can, say, help rural businesses and others. So that's the work on energy transition. The area of work was nature-based solution. And this is where our climate resilient coastal cities initiatives also, fits in, which is basically more, which looked at more. The definition of nature-based solutions came many years ago by IUCN. But I think our approach to nature-based solution is that how three aspects. One, of course, protection of natural resources, conservation of natural ecosystems, strongly looking at livelihood, and third, of course, is, carbon sequestration as a pillar. If I could also touch upon, you said that, what are we doing on, climate, and I focused my, submission on the philanthropic programs, but I think there are certain, I would say, challenges that we faced. First and foremost was methodologies. I think when we talk of how do you measure, it's easy, how do you measure sequestration? While of course there are global methodologies, global formulas, we realize that you need to customize or bring it down to the local relevance. So, how can you assess, say, carbon sequestration potential of, say, mangroves, of wetlands? So as part of our work, we have tried to, work on, catalyze some of our investments on research to develop certain methodologies which are more, which can use data that is available in India, which can use evidence that is available in India. So we are looking at, just for an example, we have looked at, so wetland as an area of, conservation. We are doing a study to say that what is the carbon sequestration methodology for 3 types of wetland: inland, coastal, and high altitude. Because I think having some of the local methodologies will help in building the, evidence. Second is data. We all spoke about it. I think in the whole sphere of climate, there is either analysis which are, say, very top down. So you look at climate model, forecast, projections, but we have also realized that it is important to kind of, integrate a very top down modeling exercise, which of course has its merit, with the bottom up. Because, when it comes to the fact of climate impact, vulnerability, resilience, these are terms, but what does it translate into, how it is impacting, say, people's livelihood, or say farming operations, or how utilities manage their water and wastewater. So then we realize that a combination of top down, you need to look at modeling exercises, but you also need to look at aspects of resilience and vulnerability more from a bottom up lens as to how you impact people. And third, of course, is the capacity building piece, which is a key component of all our climate programs. Yes, maybe, and one last bit is, India's NDC, they recognize WASH as a key pillar to achieving its climate, advancing its climate strategy, but where surprisingly it was noted more as a strategy for adaptation. We strongly believe that WASH has a very strong mitigation component also, and that's something that we are trying to, focus in our work.
Thanks, Romit. Ma'am, what role do you think the private sector will play in this phase of transition of being climate resilient nation or net zero that we are saying?
So we're hearing about the public-private partnership aspect across the board, and I think that is clearly a space. And the reason it's called for is when only in public hands there has been, I believe, a failure to deliver the right model. So the hope is that by opening it up for private sector participation in a PPP model, which means the public sector has to exit sufficiently, because otherwise the private sector will not enter, that framework is looking for private sector engagement. I think in one area, as Ravi highlights, it would be the technologies that come with it. The second would be the profit models, because the private sector is not in it for philanthropy alone. There is some philanthropy, but it has to be a sustainable for-profit model. So that would be the model itself. And the third link to that would be the skillings and livelihood, because you can get that engagement of the private sector down at the SME and small contractor level. It can be at the large corporate level. But whichever level it comes, it needs to be in a model which enables profit on the one hand and enables meaningful engagement with the government, by which I mean government sets the policy but allows the private sector to operate. The good news is these models exist, and I think I would just overlay that with technology, because as was suggested even in the last panel discussion, the technologies of traceability, the technologies that enable better use of energy, all of these are available, and the private sector is probably best placed to bring it into creation and ensure that it's adapted for whatever coastal city in this case we take, because it will need some adaptation and in order to be adopted. But as we do that, I think who better than the private sector to take what's working somewhere else and moderate it for another, because the way we are structured right now as the public sector is these areas are tending to be very local, managed at the ULB level or managed, if we're lucky, at the state level. That sharing of information we find even in the work we are doing across states is not easy because it's so siloed. But the private sector moves much more fluidly across states, so has the ability to go wherever it feels it's the right place for it and carry that information.
Ravi, you mentioned about economic models and contextualized solutions in your last. So whenever we go down to a state in terms of implementation, because all of these climate resilient coastal water and sanitation infrastructure that we're talking about, these are public infrastructures. So even though private players, of course, have a good role to play, and they all are very pro that, but we see that they do not still have the capacity to do the entire city infrastructure, which is a government responsibility to per se. So, but because of the standardized policies that we have and not contextualized, we face a lot of challenges when we go at the implementation on ground level. So what do you think, what kind of an enabling environment or support system or changes in the policies that need to be addressed in term when the government looks at programmatic responses to climate change?
I think that's a great question, and I'll share an example which I've been discussing with my son. He's an expert on policy, and we work in a particular region where the water connectivity is very poor. So I was just debating with him as to why is it poor, and then we got into the deeper aspects of the policy issues, and he says, see, where you are, it's not a part of a municipal corporation, and this is in Maharashtra. If you're not a part of a municipal corporation, that means you're being either run by the Gram Panchayati Raj, and as a result they have funds, but their priorities are not there, and by law they are not entitled to provide either solid waste management or piped water or potable water. Now this is really a conflict out here. So that means if you don't have a law and the priorities of the Gram Panchayat or the Panchayati Raj are different, then you're going to see a lot of solid waste pollution, which we are already beginning to see, plus the water issues, and then nobody's addressing that at that particular level. So how do you enable that whole policy so that it becomes a little more holistic, it becomes a single window clearance, and these obstacles which are there, which are related to, say, the government infrastructure of getting the permissions, accessing it, etc., should be facilitated by the government for the private sector to be enabled. Today, private sector, if they give a contract, private sector is supposed to go and do everything out there, and that becomes and puts a lot of burden, especially on SMEs for this particular part. So that is one thing where we need to relook at these regions, and can we create special vehicles whereby say that there's a single window clearance, they are going to facilitate, not really necessarily do, but to facilitate the access to those kind of windows. So that becomes easy. For example, in coastal cities, one of the largest challenges we're going to have today is with the sea level rising, you're going to get ingression of seawater coming into the aquifers. And if that's going to come in, how can the government facilitate the access to points where we need to bring in an intervention? Okay, we can bring in the intervention, but we don't have the wherewithal and the capabilities to basically maneuver the government policies, government departments to do that, and that loses the time. So that is one of the things which is very essential that government needs to do in this case. Second thing is on the planning part, and I've seen some very interesting models which have emerged worldwide, is the planning is thrown open to the best planners in the world. So they have a competition and they encourage 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 firms who are literally urban planners taking into account to look at the planning and mitigating some of the points what we have said out here. So if we do that, then we have to stick to the plans and bring that particular part in. And in those plans, the most important thing is that the climate change has to be addressed. And the way people are doing that is they're getting more and more away from hardscapes to softer scapes, which can absorb water, which can create not the localized hot zones, but localized microclimates. So there are a lot of initiatives which can bring, and government needs to facilitate that and do that. So that is the other thing which I feel is very, very essential we do that particular way. The third thing is that if the government is sending out the tenders or the proposals, and if they are going to be financing that particular part, then I think they cannot constrict the oxygen of SMEs, which is the cash flows. And that is something which is absolutely, people are very scared, including us. You know, we would love to participate in a lot of the projects, but we get scared when we hear the horror stories from a lot of the colleagues. And I think we are doing something out here, but it gets constrained in some way or the other thanks to the bureaucracy and all that. Not to mention that we have also had a very pleasant cases with some of the public sector companies, whereby they have been saying that, no, we want to implement it, and we are going to facilitate it. So they have facilitated also very well. Okay, and also in state of Bihar, where we have completed some projects. So it is moving both the ways, but there is a realization of that. And if we can facilitate that, then I think things will be a lot more better. And the last part is, you know, the bankers also need to play an important role out here. And one of the things which we find is the banks are not very ready to find a project which has been awarded, and they don't want to give a collateral or a working capital loan or certain things, you know. So that is also getting difficult in this case. So if those can be done, which are, you know, very well secured, then I think there's a lot can be done in these things.
You mentioned about salinity ingress in the coastal areas. Though the states do have climate action plans, but I think Gujarat's climate action plan has very well addressed it, because it's already visible in Gujarat. So I think other states could learn a little more from that.
Why did you expand on that?
Sorry?
No, just
Ma'am, it's a whole report. They have
With
mentioned a little more about actions that need to be taken in the Gujarat State Climate Action Plan, which in other state climate action plan is missed out completely. Like, they're not talking about salinity ingress at all, which is there. The data is there, the stats is there, but no one's talking.
Very visible
It's
in
very
certain
visible.
areas of Maharashtra also.
Yeah, yeah. But the action plan doesn't say that. Romit, what are the key opportunities and outcomes that you're looking at as part of the climate resilient coastal cities engagement?
Sure. And Mr. Mariwala, thank you. I you know, touching upon the financing, this was part of my response, and maybe, you know, I'll come to that in the end. But you know, Aditi, the question was that, you know, so again, you know, if you look at our programs, our say CSR programs here in India, almost 60 to 65, close to 70%, the geographical coverage is rural. And when we were looking at where to start in urban areas, I think the question was that, you know, which geography do you select? And I think, I mean, and here, of course, you know, Natasha is not, I think, you know, like we were also guided that a lot of the discourse on urban has happened, and climate, say, has happened for, you know, like the Mumbai, you have a climate action plan for Bombay, metros and other larger cities, very valid, a large population, you know, stays there, the vulnerability to that. But, you know, I think our beginning point was that can we look at tier 2 and tier 3 cities? You know, these are cities which, you know, are, say, with a population of 50,000 to, you know, 1 lakh, 1,50,000, 2 lakh. There is, in the whole, you know, like I think that the net zero debate where, you know, say the Delhis and the Bombays and the Bengalurus are, you know, having discussions around how to move towards net zero. We see, you know, these tier 2 and tier 3 cities being left out. So we thought, you know, why don't we look at in terms of, you know, the segmentation, or in terms of the cities that we looked at, we said that we will focus on tier 2 and tier 2 cities, because there is a, and, you know, like, so that was one aspect in terms of why we selected, you know, like the towns that we will work with. And the second was why West Coast, because, you know, while of course data, you know, like has pointed and that the vulnerability of the West Coast in time, you know, in the recent years, in terms of the nature and the extent of disasters that has happened have increased. So we say, and of course these are states. The states that we are looking as part of this initiative is Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, and Gujarat. So a large part of, you know, one is of course population, but also economy, you know, almost close to, I think, 40% of the GDP of the country comes from, these large states. So that's, so primarily because of the vulnerability, we chose the West Coast. Second, and I was, mentioning your name that, where do we begin? We said that we will look at tier 2 and 3 cities because this is something that is not being, looked into. There are 3 key, and, I think before I, move it, I think it's, we are privileged to be partnering with Isc, Natasha, Aditi, your organization, CDD, and IIT Bombay. So this is a 3 organization partnership where CDD will look at, CDD will look at demonstrating nature-based solution across, like 3 cities in Maharashtra. IIT will do state-level analysis to look at how the vulnerability of tier 2 and tier 3 cities is against climate, and how, again, what are the solutions that, say, the utilities as well as the urban development departments could look at to mainstream some of the climate risk in their decision making. And ISC will, will steer this. There's an anchor organization for this initiative who will provide their research, knowledge inputs, and also facilitate a lot of the policy discourse happening both at the state and central level. The 3 key aspects of this work: technology, policy, and finance. On the technology piece, I think, while because we have commissioned work on this and this is still work in progress, in a similar tone, a project that we have again for tier 2 and tier 3 cities in Maharashtra with one of our other partners called CEPT, we tried to look at developing a EV-based sludge, vehicle. And we realized the biggest problem that was for us was that, we couldn't find a chassis for a, EV-based sludge vehicle. So, of course, then conversations happen and we tied up with a leading motor company and a prototype is being developed. But again, here I think when we look at, again, and I was saying that there is a strong mitigation angle to also the work that we do on climate in cities. So, that whole aspect of technology is important, where Aditi, your organization will demonstrate technologies of how nature-based solutions can help in addressing water and wastewater problem. Policy, of course, is an important dimension, because a lot of these things, like we, a lot of the discourse is around Swachh Bharat, urban and others, but Amrut, which is, specifically looking at other towns. So how could Amrut look at nature-based solutions in their work is going to be a focus which, ISC will lead and anchor. On the financing piece, I think there is one initiative that is currently on that we are doing is that could, what are the solutions that Mr. Mariwala you spoke of, could de-risk infrastructure financing? Because again, as I was saying, the large part comes around, de-risking. We are discussing, and, we don't have an answer right now, but that there are various pots of money. We still know that 92% of the development finance in India is public sector. Rest is, of course, all, CSR, bilateral, multilateral. Within the CSR space also, there are, as an organization, we face challenges because earlier the kind of investments that we could do, say in a partial guarantee fund or others, we cannot do now because of, like CSR laws, and our money is also governed by FCRA. So the whole aspect of how different pots of money can come together to address specific aspects, is an area that we are working. Who knows whether blended finance could, large philanthropic money be used to de-risk infrastructure financing. We don't know, but something that, we are keen to work on, because I think the best, I would say opportunity for us to catalyze private sector capital or others would be to, one, of course, to provide solutions, but also to look at areas of plugging where, say, some of the conventional, methods have, say, not been worked so far. So, yeah.
So Ravi, you mentioned about self-sustainable economic models, and I'll come back to that when it comes to fecal sludge treatment systems. So in fecal sludge treatment space, and I'm talking about my organization, Devanhalli in itself is a benchmark, and it is sustainable. So there is a whole ecosystem, because the Devanhalli municipality actually owns it now after we've handed them over. The co-composting that happens from the community, they make the compost there. Now it's being sold at 8 rupees per kg. That compost is used by agricultural farmers in that area, right? So it's a whole ecosystem there, and thankfully Karnataka government has been very, very helpful and supportive to us. So what kind of, apart from just this one small example, enabling environmental support system through all the stakeholders, because here even the community is very, very proactive, must be in place to support the government, because the government is trying for this transition. So what do you think should be a support system for the government to transition towards the climate resilient cities?
That's a good question. I think normally I get the question asked the other way. I think it's making me think. At first I thought it was a typo. But I think that's a good way. I think what comes out here is there is a deficit which I have seen from the private sector for enabling a thing which government is looking at. I think that's the way I'm looking at the question in terms of it. And I think that comes a bit from the two things. One comes from the trust deficit and the demonstrated trust deficit. And second thing is that kind of a muscle memory we have of people taking advantages of these particular part. I think there has to be some kind of a mechanism by which we come out there. One of the mechanisms which I can think of, and I've been thinking a little bit about it, is can we enable something like there's an agency in Israel called Makrot. Makrot is a government agency which basically manages the water for the government. Can there be a partnership whereby they have smaller companies demonstrating their solutions and having a qualifying process whereby you demonstrate your technology systematically over a period of time, and they are not supposed to be making money but getting a grant or something to be demonstrating those things. And once they are demonstrated, they are basically onboarded on this to particularly do that particular part. So that is one thing which one can look at it. The second thing is the private sector also needs to look at evaluating the technology. I think in the rush for startups, they're not looking at the length and breadth of what their technology can enable. And this is something I basically mentor a lot of the IIT students in their third and fourth year. I tell them that you want to do a startup, forget the market end right now. First, make sure that things are working well. I think the private sector has to have that kind of robust solutions, and we have to work hard. We have to realize that the timescales of the technologies what we are talking are very different from the timescales of the IT technologies. Those are decimated very fast, very quickly through internet distribution channels, and they don't require a physical infrastructure in place. So we require physical infrastructure in place which is multidisciplinary. So the private sector needs to learn that they have to work across discipline. They can't say I'm only going to do chemicals and not going to do the structural part. It's an integral part of the solution. So they will need to have the skill sets which are across the board, or have partnerships which can do that particular part. I think that has been my largest learning in this matter, that you can't work in isolation. You have nature-based solutions today. I need to work with civil engineers, I need to work with chemical engineers, I need to work with botanists, I need to work with biologists, and of course I need to work with social scientists. So it's a across the board thing. So I think private sector has to realize that. And I said, if I'm not going to do that or focus, do that, and which are the older models, I think that's changing. And looking at solution as a service will enable the implementation of these kind of technology, will have the government, they will support the government in that particular manner. That we are coming up with a full solution which is across the board, and the government, I think, then can start listening to this particular part, and that's what I feel in this case would be the need of the hour.
Thank you. Ma'am, one last question to you. We've all spoken about that there is no standard solution and it's got to be contextualized or mixed. So what do you think is the pathway and solution mix that India as a country should adopt to cater to climate change overall?
I think before we get to what India should adopt, it's going to be about getting these projects, I won't call them pilots, but the projects that are replicable. And they exist. I think one of the journeys that we embarked on at ISC was to ensure that there would be sharing of information, that for every project that you identify, it may need some changes at the margin, but the core of it may be applicable. How can we ensure that the replicable projects work? And to that, I would add there may be possibilities of projects which have worked elsewhere in the world, which we also bring in. So rather than start up there, I think we need to start down here and find these few examples which are, and that is, I think, also one of the motives ultimately of the HSBC study, that if we can create the right models going forward, then those models form the framework for what could become the overarching policy to enable replication across the board. But we are not there yet. So some of it may be hopefully documentation of what is working. Others will be about finding solutions to challenges that exist, which includes financing and solutions therein. And then we say, okay, so here's the way that it can move forward. So the whole purpose of both this and the other project you'll hear about, Godrej, is really to look at finding these models or ensuring that we can document them in a way that they become replicable.
Thank you. Any questions, anyone? It's open. Questions?
Yeah, there's one in the front.
Yes.
There's a mic.
Talking about nature-based solutions, and one problem which we often read about them is prescribing a standard. Where you look at technologies where standards are prescribed and it's easy to monitor. Often for nature-based solutions, it's difficult to monitor if they are, adhering to those prescribed standards or not. So how do you tackle that?
So nature-based solutions, by definition, are contextualized. So they're never standardized solutions. So every time you design a solution, the monitoring indicators are based on the solutions that you're designing. And that's how it works. It does not have a standard solution for any geography.
Yeah. And just to add, sir, we realize is that, to kind of any nature-based solution that is logged, it will be virtually impossible to categorize under a programmatic KPIs, because that is where you are limiting yourself to what the solution can offer, because sometimes what you can get may be very different from what you actually set out for. So in that sense, those are evolving, and I think that is part of the learning and the implementation journey that we undertake.
I have a slightly different take on the whole thing. Okay. I believe that you can get a definitive answer in terms of what is the parameters you're going to get at the output, provided you know what the input is and you can guarantee the input within a certain range. Okay. And that's a wide range. The key thing which I feel, because I deal also with a lot of the nature-based solutions, which is lacking, is enough fundamental understanding of the processes going on at that particular level. And these processes are just not our physical and chemical sciences processes, but also the fluid processes which are going down out there. So in fact, we are actively, very, very, very actively looking at that, because I had a brief chat with Prabhakar this morning in terms of intensification of these technologies as we talk, which can be scaled across the country, and what involves in scalability that. I think that is something which is it's a very important question to answer, and what it entails. So there is a lot of learning still to be done out there. I'm not taking anything away from what Aditi has said or Amit has said, but I'm just saying that there is a direction to move forward, we think, and we should be putting in a lot more effort into that, and that's got its own reasons. Why should we be doing that? Because it really helps in reducing our carbon emissions. It helps in, but we have to mitigate some of the issues which are there for scale up.
Just to add, so when we do the theory of change of a project, like, when the end goal is clear, the indicators or KPIs, as Rohit is mentioning, can be defined after a detailed baseline has been done. Now, for instance, for a simple thing like a wastewater treatment through nature-based solution, the output will keep changing. The eventual outcome will be the same, but output will keep changing depending on the level of contamination of the water and then the level of solutioning that is being provided. So only after the detailed baseline and quantitative analysis has been done can we define the indicators, just a sample. It is applicable across. So unless not a deep. So for other interventions, where there are, standardized solutioning, you can give a proposal, but without a baseline here, we can't even give a detailed proposal as to what will we produce as an outcome or output. Any other questions? Right. Thank you, everyone. Oh, there is a coffee break now.
think we'll have to define the project very clearly. Yes. And I think which will, of course, like the financing will be a natural because HSBC can play a huge role there. Yes.
Thank you all for such a vibrant discussion. Now we break for tea for 15 minutes. Post tea, we have another very interesting panel discussion. So please come back at 4:45.
Has a level of understanding is also when we've got some of the
Shall we start? Welcome back, everyone. Now we have the panel discussion on challenges of urban sanitation. Urban sanitation in India faces many challenges: inadequate maintenance, ineffective management of fecal waste, rising groundwater contamination, and overdependence on centralized wastewater management are some of the challenges. Through this panel discussion, the panelists will look at the challenges and dependencies in addressing and scaling up the solutions to meet the challenges of urban sanitation. The session will be moderated by Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO of India Sanitation Coalition. Ms. Patel is a seasoned banker with 30 years of work experience in the financial service industry in India and overseas. As the CEO, she has steered ISC to partner with several members of the coalition to create and implement social sector initiatives between investors, grantees, and intermediaries, including the government, specifically around the enhancement of private sector funding in WASH. On the panel, we have with us Mr. Sharman Jha, CEO, Hindustan Unilever Foundation, and co-chair FICCI Water Mission, a crossover not-for-profit sector leader with more than 30 years of top-level corporate experience in emerging markets. Mr. Jha's early experience include helping build an integrated communications, fundraising, marketing engine to drive the wider conservation and sustainability agenda at WWF. Next, we have Dr. Ravi Mariwala, founder Smart Water. Dr. Mariwala has a PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Delaware, where he authored 17 publications and received 5 patents for his work on carbon molecular sieves. We also have Mr. Mahesh Girdhar, MD and CEO, Ever Enviro Resource Management Private Limited. Mr. Girdhar has over 3 decades of global experience in business operations, strategy, and general management. Before joining Ever Enviro, he held key positions in organizations like Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals, Bayer Crop Science, and Monsanto. I request everyone to please come to the stage and take their respective seats. Now over to you, Natasha, ma'am.
Thanks. Thank you, Mitali. Good evening, everyone. And for this last session of the day, I promise to make it as lively as we can. I've got 3 really fantastic speakers here with me. Each one of them, if I had to put their years of knowledge together, would be over maybe 500 years, yeah? Something like that. Lots and lots of information in their heads, which we are going to try and draw out, and specifically the interesting parts, right? So, the topic of today's session is urban sanitation. And I think throughout today, we've talked a lot about urban sanitation. We've talked about theories. We've talked about different processes. I don't want to go into all that. I'd like to hear today from the 3 gentlemen we have, what are their personal experiences in their careers? What have they been able to bring out as challenges, their successes, their funny stories around, urban sanitation? There are 3 aspects of urban wash management that we look at: water, used water, and energy from waste. And if I can maybe give them each a title, here is my expert on water. There is my expert on energy, and this is my expert on waste management, used water which is converted. So I'm going to first ask them individual questions, and then maybe we can take questions from all of you. So Shraman, let's start with water first, okay? In the history of your company, okay, we'll start with your company. It doesn't matter, that's the boring part, but you can just quickly bypass it. But in the history of your company, water has been a very, very deep rooted aspect. You all have done lots of work around water from your foundation. From your perspective, what do you believe is the most important piece of work that you all have done around water, and how does it impact us as a country?
So at the outset, how can sanitation be talked of without starting the discussion with water? Whichever way you look at it, these two are inextricably linked. Till the time that water was plentiful, I don't think any of us had any major concerns about the availability of water in facilitating sanitation. But as we are reaching a stage where precious fresh water is getting scarce, indeed in our own households in urban Delhi and Bombay, how often do you see filtered piped water coming through being flushed down your toilets? With rare exceptions, it's there in every household. So that just tells you that historically how criminal all of us have been on this very precious asset which we've all treated as a free good. So of course, now that there's a much more awareness around water, and there are enough arguments to say that the more fashionable term, or not fashionable, I would say in vogue term, which is much debated about, the broader term of climate change, is actually manifested fundamentally as a water problem. And if you have any doubts about it, you just need to check how it translates into Hindi or any of the Indian languages. Jal, Vayu, Parivartan. So there's just no ambiguity on it. So having said with that little bit of a preamble, as an organization, most industries, and certainly all the industries that my mother organization is involved in, uses water. You have a bath with a soap, you use water. You wash your clothes, you use water. You have a cup of tea, you use water. Whichever way you take it. So water, of course, is an inextricable part. And when I say water, it is usable water. It's not salt water of the seas or this and that. It is proper usable water. Therefore, from whichever aspect you say, that you look at it from the macro aspect, right, from the coming out of climate change or even livelihoods to sanitation to even products that we own, our organization is involved in, water becomes integral part of it. So of all the initiatives that have taken place around water, it's difficult to pick out one. But since this audience is fundamentally an urban audience, I'll remind you all of something that would have floated into your WhatsApp accounts maybe 6 months or a year back, and that was a film that was made about 4 years or 5 years ago. It was a film about people having a shower bath in the middle of a desert, or not in the middle of a desert, in the middle of a rural community, and you suddenly see that amount of water becomes such precious water, drinking water, and used for daily use water for so many of those communities. I think just to jolt the awareness of the well-to-do urban class, I think that was a significant contribution, I would say, that's been made just to heighten the awareness on the issue of water.
Thank you. That's quite interesting, actually. Yes, I do. I have seen a lot of HULs, very, very touching, well, I would say little pieces that you send out there to remind people about their part in this game. Right, so let's move on to used water. Used water, which is water that we, in the parlance of the sector, we call water that comes out of the kitchens or out of your washing machines and bathrooms. We call that used water. And let me turn to my used water expert here. He shared with me a really interesting piece of information this morning, which I wanted to share with you as well. I think your company, Smart Water, first started out looking at very large KLD projects initially, right, to manage wastewater and convert it into water that's usable. Again, what he mentioned to me this morning was that they can even go down to 1 KLD. Now, just imagine, 1 KLD is something that can actually service peri-urban or a large gram panchayat. Amazing. Things that we had never thought of maybe 2-3 years ago are now becoming a reality for us today. And if you're working in the Grameen, we don't have our colleagues from the government here today, but I'm really excited to share this with them. These are now new technologies that we can even take back into the villages of India. So again, tell me, Ravi, a bit more about your journey from 70 to 1, if I can call it that.
Thanks, Natasha. I think a very interesting question. You know, I come from a very hardcore background of chemical engineer. And what we learn in college is saying that, okay, you're doing at 1 KLD level, how can I do at 1 MLD level? And we get excited by that. And that is the biggest excitement. Yes, you got to go bigger, you got to go smarter. That's what we thought. I have been facing this reverse challenge of scale down rather than scale up. And that has been the most fascinating, because what we learned very early in our journey is that when you're trying to scale down, the phenomena are very different than what happens in the scale up. When you are scaling up, you can do a lot of things and you can predict. And this was very exciting for me to look at it. So I'll share an example what happened. We were working with a large developer in outskirts of Pune, and they said that we want to be very progressive, and they are very progressive, and we want to get a sewage treatment plant, which is a nature-based sewage treatment plant for 1,000 labor camp workers. I said, are you sure you decided the capacity right? You want us to help you decide the capacity? He said, no, we have done it right. Are you sure you're going to give me this much of water? If you're not going to feed them that much of water, you're not going to give me that much of water. That I can assure you. I said, yes, we are going to do that. So we had designed something for X capacity, and what we ended up getting was something was 0.1x. And that was a huge challenge for us, is how do you handle this? And we had laid down a parameter matrix and said these are the parameters we need to be able to handle these things. And about 90% of them were violated by the developer. I said, okay, let's look at it. We are engineers and we like to think on the feet. And as it happened, we had designed the STP for a certain reduction percentage, and all of those reduction percentages were met. The most interesting was that we were running at 10% of the rated capacity. So it was still working. And that is one of the things which really got me thinking, is that the scale down is not as a scale up. And the other thing which kind of came to my mind is that there are estimates which are produced, which are published by the government, saying that we give 135 liters per person per day. And we did a couple of bottoms up calculation that if I was to look at in an urban area like South Mumbai, which is a very rich urban area, how much water do I require per day? Bottoms up calculation, nobody is giving me a standard, and it comes to about 255 liters per person per day, because of washing machines, because of dishwashers, because of 2 cars being washed, everything put together. And that got validated by somebody else. And then how much of water of that is going for sewage? And that was some very interesting numbers which came up. And that really forced us to think about scaling down. So what is the lowest level I can get down to? So today we are doing about 1 KLD, like 3 KLD is pretty standard. But going beyond 1 KLD, then there's a cost benefit, doesn't come out too well. And the other motivating factor for this was the traditional system is that people have a septic tank followed by a soak pit where the water gets percolated down into the ground and contaminates the groundwater or surface water. Now this is one of the largest causes of waterborne disease and malnutrition in the country. And we have to treat that to be avoiding any of that particular part. And that is the reason, I think that is more of a driving force for me than anything else to be developing these kind of systems. And of course, it is providing me the best technical challenges I can get. So that's a real added bonus. So I think that's the real reason why I have gone down out there. I think it matters to the lives of people, it matters to the environment, and I think all of us need to do that. It's a small piece of the puzzle, but it's a very important piece of the puzzle to be addressed out here.
Thanks, Ravi. I mean, you make two very good points. The fact that we have to deal with the solution end to end. So, whether it's 1 or 70, we still have to deal with it. Turning to Mahesh. Mahesh, I know that you're focused more on the energy part, but the energy part is also about bringing about a revenue model, right? Which is basically what we call, in very simple terms, waste to wealth. Yeah. My understanding is waste to wealth is achieved only when you have substantial numbers. So you have to have, like Ravi was saying, a substantial amount that comes out so that you can convert it and it becomes wealth. The challenge is, how do you convert it, and a small part of it, and make it wealth? So from your perspective, Enviro does a lot of this work. What have been your challenges, and how have you been able to make it a success?
Thank you, Natasha. I think I recently joined this industry. I come from agriculture background, and earlier I was never thinking that agriculture can have so much of waste. Which is it audible now? Okay, audible now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I come from agriculture industry, and I never thought that agriculture can generate so much of waste. And I'll talk about that numbers as we talk through. But since we are on a specific topic of how we are actually generating wealth from waste at a small level, at a large level, we believe that waste is a waste until it is brought to a right place. It remains waste. So the first challenge for us is to bring it to a right place. And to bring to right place starts from household, starts from a village farm, right? So aggregation is a key challenge, right? If you are able to aggregate, then you are able to create a meaningful scale, because we believe that unless you are not able to create a wealth out of that, it remains a CSR or a government activity. If we create a business model out of that, you create a pull, right? Now I'll give you examples of what kind of pull we are actually creating. So just to introduce ourselves, because people ask me question that who are you and what do you do? So I would like to first introduce our company. We are Ever Enviro, and we are a platform company from India's largest climate infrastructure fund called Green Growth Equity Fund, GGEF, which was actually initiated by Government of India and Government of UK in 2017, and then Eversource Capital is managing this fund. It's about $1 billion investment in India with multiple verticals. We are also into water business. We are into green energy. We are into green buses as well. I manage their Ever Enviro part, which is a waste management business, which is a waste to wealth business. So what we exactly are doing, we are looking entire waste in the country from a value add perspective. And India generates about 254 million metric ton waste. Out of that, 15% gets generated in the cities, which is organic part, and a lot on inorganic part. You would have seen plastic and others, but I talk about organic part. And rest, about 85% is generated in the agriculture or agri-related industries. We should not forget that. That's a very big waste. What we face here in NCR, the issue of parali burning, the burning of stubbles, and we everyday face here, we are part of the solution. What we are doing is that we are setting up CBG plants in the country. At present, we are setting about 20 CBG plants, and each plant is a high scale plant with a significant investment in a PPP mode. I'll give you an example of two so that you will be able to understand the scale and what we do on the ground. Indore, we have an Indore Clean Energy project with Indore Municipal Corporation, which is fully funded and operated by us on the ground. And we are today receiving about 550 metric ton of organic waste. And in Indore, it starts from the household. 90% segregated waste is coming to our plant. We are in a position to deploy technology and convert that into CBG, and 200 to 400 Indore city buses are carrying that green energy, right? Same time, about let's say, I calculated the number, some X percentage, significant percentage of household population is now getting green energy because we have tied up with Avantika gas, and we are able to supply that CBG we produce, green molecule we produce into the pipeline, and then the households are getting that. The key challenge still there is to have even 10% rejects which we come in our plant need to be managed well, right? That's the key challenge. It's a technology based projects whereby going down the scale we will not explode. It's going to be extremely challenging, and I'm listening to our friend here. We would see, is there a business case? Because if there's no business case, there's no value, and you cannot solve the problem. And problem need to be solved holistically. But we have created a system of aggregation. The second example is now very close to Delhi. We are getting every day, and last 15 days has been very difficult in Delhi because of pollution, and most of the blame was put on stubble burning. Although there are few other elements, but let's talk about stubble burning. It's come from paddy field. Farmers have no choice because they have to grow next crop in time and they have to burn it. We can't blame farmers. Fully we can't blame them because this is their livelihood. A 5-acre farmer will have to convert his cash flow from the 5-acre land only, and he need to grow right variety at right time, and he will have to grow the other crop. For us, aggregating that, let's say, parali or the feedstock for a plant which we are going to inaugurate in next month, it consumes about 30,000 ton of stubbles, and that gets aggregated from 15,000 acres, which means you're talking about connecting to 1,000 farmers, right? And you have to time it well, which when the crop get harvested, somebody has to go there and harvest it, reap it, dry it, collect it, bring to the plant. And then you have to keep it well because they are dry matter, they can catch fire. So the management of the feedstock is a critical aspect of waste management, right? If you are able to figure out the management and aggregation of the feedstock, business model exists. And today we are in a situation to actually develop the entire value chain. So we are not only developing a plant, but the plant is only 30% of our activity. 70% rest is operating the plant. You know, having a right connects, having a right value enabler, having right logistics in place, having right equipments in place, having right motivation and incentive in place, right, to actually ensure that we are able to collect that and use that in our plant. Of course, a lot of support is coming on the green energy development in the country, and which is helpful to the industry. We are very early stage today. This 254 million ton can actually produce 26 million metric ton of gas in the country. Today, India consumes 52 million metric ton. Out of that, 50% is imported, which means for today's consumption, if we organize the biomass well, right, if we are able to put a right incentive structure, right capability in place, right technology in place, we'll be able to supply around 50% of the requirement. I mean, it's a very far dream. The government of India is targeting 5% of CBG as a part of overall gas network, right, which itself needs about 1,000 plants in the country, and today there are very few plants. We are fortunate that we have taken lead and set up plants in each feedstock. So we put up set plants on municipal solid waste. Indore is an example. We're putting up 10 plants in Punjab, which will convert 3 lakh tons of the waste, you know, coming from 1.5 lakhs acres into CBG, as well as the agri industry generates. You know, we know sugarcane, we eat sugar, right? If you crush 1,000 ton of sugarcane, 4 ton out of that is a issue which is called press mud, and that press mud is an environmental issue. It's a waste for the industry, and we are converting that waste also into energy. So overall, we are seeing that waste, if you are able to bring it together at the right place, you can deploy technology, right? That's the principle on which we are working, and there's a there's need to business model around that.
Okay,
thank you.
That's very interesting. You know, I'll just pick up on that last phrase of yours, waste when we can bring it to the right place, yeah? You've successfully demonstrated that in the earlier example that you gave, which is in Indore, right? How did you do that? Because honestly, you know, I don't know how many practitioners there are here, but everybody will tell you that the most difficult and challenging part is the collection part or the segregation part that, you know, we all face. And NGO after NGO has put in place various kinds of, you know, facilitation programs. How do we get people in India to be more civic-minded? Very simple.
Yeah, so I think this is not an entire effort by us. It's a joint effort, right? And we have been part of providing technology and capital and operating the plant. However, the entire work when it comes to segregation and collection at home, it started by Indore Municipal Corporation. And it's a project which is into PPP. And we believe that we can't do it alone. It has to be a PPP mode. It has to be a collective effort. And I mean, listening to Indore I joined last month. There was the Indore Smart City Conclave there. Listening to that, they have taken about 7 to 10 years to develop system process in place. So it's about infrastructure, it's about right kind of communication, education and training, building capability, but very importantly, be mindful of, what is the incentive for a household? It's not only incentive, it's also penalty. So they used both incentive and penalty to ensure that segregation starts at home. What we are doing currently in the new projects we are taking in UP, like we are setting up now 10 plants in UP, we are setting up in Okhla, 2 in NCR, Noida and Ghaziabad, whereby we are ourselves helping that develop that capability to the ULB. So our role there is actually to, in the 2 years before the project comes into place, we should work with the ULB and help develop the capability. Right, and the learning is coming from definitely from on the ground, and I think Indore has been a successful case. And I'm really wondering as an outsider why it is not replicated anywhere else to that level. I mean, it can be replicated. It's now 3-4 years. It's working well.
No, that's true. I think every conference starts with let's replicate Indore, and every conference ends with that as well. So you're absolutely right. Maybe Shravan, I'd like to ask you this question. There is this company called Kalari Water, I think it's called. So they are looking at developing a water meter, like we have our electricity meters, which enable the government to be able, or enable societies to be able to gauge how much electricity is used at each household level. So they are looking, they've developed what they call as a water meter, which you can now put into individual houses and which can actually tell you the amount of water that is being used by the household. So effectively helping the local administration understand what the water requirements are at an urban level, and also the supply then becomes that much easier. The actual need for these water meters is also from a cost perspective. So essentially, how much should we be charging each household? How successful do you think this can be in the long term for a country like India? I mean, we've done it in electricity. Is it possible in water?
Everything is possible, and the bigger question is, do you have a choice? And the question is, how do you want to phase it? How do you want to pace it? Should it start in the most upmarket and posh localities to start with? So at least there's you need to start somewhere. Yeah. And of course, issues like this will also always have its the political and other dimensions of it. But the basic underlying principle that water is not a free good to be just left running. When we were in school, any child with a running nose was said to have a municipal tap, because it was meant to be by default running, and no tap would ever close. And we do know that on the extreme, in countries which are water scarce and who value water a lot, like Israel, even if you have a dripping tap in your house, they have mechanisms that they'll detect it, they'll fix it, and they'll penalize you for having left a dripping tap or having left a tap on. So these could be two extreme cases, but as a direction, that will it help establish that water has a clear value, and therefore water has to be valued, has to be used judiciously. I don't think there are two ways to it. You talk of the urban side, maybe a large part of the water that's actually used is, or the excessive water that is used is on the agriculture side, and especially with these large bore wells and which can pump out and which are getting more powerful by the day, and they're pumping on far more than you can need, and that water is not recharging back to the ground well. So it's like a bank balance that your ancestors have left for you. You can keep spending it, but unless you put something back, that will get over today or tomorrow, right? So I don't think there's anything that that can be avoided. That has to be a direction. Where, when, and how, those are the more tricky questions that will need to get addressed.
So from your perspective, where is the biggest challenge that India faces on its waterfront? Is it on the urban side? Is it rural? I mean, agriculture just because of volume, is that why we say it's agriculture? Or is it from a complexity perspective, is it our cities and our more urban developments?
Starting with, of course, water is, it's like saying, is a small city less important than a big city? Everything is important, but in matters of sheer scale, since about 80% of all fresh water use is in agriculture, so unless you make a dent there, you will not make a dent on the broader issue of water security. Does it mean that those who are living in the cities who have relatively less or consume relatively less water, they should be careless about water? Of course not. You have to be sensitive. You have to be aware of it, that it is a precious commodity, and in fact, the water that's reaching you itself is going through a lot of processes and steps, and it's somebody's water which is coming to you. It's not coming necessarily automatically. It's not that just because my house is built there, therefore the groundwater is all mine. Or if you are sitting in Delhi and there are canals which are bringing water to flush your toilets, it doesn't necessarily go that way. But in terms of sheer scale, of course, agriculture becomes a very large one, because just think of it this way: one tube well per minute will pump out, maybe God knows, Ravi will have a better clue of that, maybe 1,000 or 10,000 times more liters of water than one tap running in your bathroom. But both are important. It's also not only the final impact, it's also the philosophical commitment to saving water, and I think that's a very important step.
Yeah. And picking up from the last thing that Shaman said around groundwater, one of the things that one keeps reading about is that India's groundwater levels are so abysmally low. They're the lowest in the world today, and if we continue this way, we're pretty much not going to have any groundwater left. Maybe exaggerated to some extent, but from your perspective, having worked so much with technologies that are actually helping us to retreat our water, used water, what is the correlation between treated water and how do we replenish our groundwater so that we actually have a bank left at the end of the day for ourselves?
I think that's a very, very good question, and the answer is not so straightforward. Okay, I think to come at an answer, what I like to look at is numbers. Okay, so if I look at the numbers broadly, we are pretty regularly getting, as a nation, about 4,000 cubic kilometers of precipitation every year. And out of that, about 2,100 cubic kilometer of precipitation goes off into the Bay of Bengal, most of it, little bit into the Arabian Sea. And that helps trigger your southwest monsoon. Okay, so that's one thing. We have approximately 1,900 cubic kilometers water available for us, out of which 800 is more or less evaporating. Okay, and what we have left with us is about 1,100 to 1,200 cubic kilometers of water, out of which farming uses about 956. So now you tell me that if you want to get your bank balances right, what do? Let us look at the motivation for reuse and recycle of industrial water and sewage water. Those are two different things altogether. We need to really treat the industrial water for sure, because it has got contaminants which nature has only seen in the last 300 years. These are chemicals which are there, or greases and oils and such things. So we really need to treat so that other sources of water do not get contaminated, and they get it recycled back to the industry. So all the industries are following something called zero liquid discharge, which we are aware of. The next question comes in is sewage. Now we have got an abysmal record on treating sewage. About 23% of sewage is treated. Now the question comes in is that we have anyway small amount of sewage which is generated, and which is treated is even smaller than that. What kind of a needle are we going to be able to move? And this particular needle becomes very important in the urban sector, whereby you can have multiple uses of treated water, and that will reduce the pressure on fresh water coming into the city, or the fresh water requirements for the city. So that is one thing which is there. But the argument on agri practices is a very strong one, and how do you handle that particular problem is a huge, huge challenge, because there is a historical baggage which we are carrying, and there are historical practices which we have not upgraded. But there are obviously some, really lovely green shoots in that matter. And in terms of, I think, the way in which government is addressing that also in terms of millet mission, which uses much less water, and that is one of the things. There's a couple of good projects which have been done by some of the other institutions like World Wildlife Fund, where they've shown that agri-water can be saved through a public-private partnership and a lot of facilitation and a mindset change. And plus, of course, companies like ITC, etc., also have shown that sugarcane water, how you can do that. So, I think what I would say is that saving about or reducing about 1% to 2% water consumption in agri every year or every 5 years will go a long way, and have that water available for our urban growth as well as industry. And believe you me, that industry does require water, and they cannot keep on paying a lot of money for the water. And today the parity between industrial water, potable water and agri water is, there is no parity between them. There's tremendous disparity between them, where industry is paying about 10 or 15 times more than anything else compared to potable water, and agri water is more or less free. So I think there is a structural change which is tremendously required out here to be able to address this problem, and that's how I look at it.
Interesting. I just have one last question, and I'm going to, unfortunately, a colleague from JSW is not here, but he was the one who really posed it to us right up front. He said, you know, lots of industries are built on the periphery of large cities, right? And all these industries are using water. They have the technology which is already there on their premises to treat this water, because that's what's mandatorily required by the government. Why can't this same technology be used to help the municipalities treat their own water? So, I mean, I'm going to throw it open to all three of you gentlemen, whoever wants to take a stab at it. It's actually a very exciting concept, because, you know, it automatically brings down the ability of the municipalities to take on that whole load. But is it actually feasible? I mean, can we actually think about this as a viable solution? Anyone?
I'll start with a live example of that. There's a very interesting story which happened in Bombay. Within the city of Bombay, you have two chemical plants. One is RCF and one is HPCL or BPCL, I forget. So RCF recognized that their water treatment system was fabulous. So they told the Bombay Municipal Corporation, please give us sewage, and we will treat it and take it and use that. And they started giving until they realized that they thought that they were getting really paid less for the sewage, so they increased the prices higher than the sweet water. And RCF stopped taking that, and they started taking sweet water. So I think there has to be a win-win situation.
So it comes back to the pricing.
Comes back to the pricing. Second point which I find is that industry is charged. If I look at MIDC is charging water, that is Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, something like 80 or 100 rupees a meter cube. Bombay Municipal Corporation charges drinking water as something like 7 or 8 rupees a meter cube. The same quality of water. What is the difference? Somebody has an ability to pay more. That's why I do it. You're subsidizing this where you're not even covering your operating cost of water. So if you want to bring in something like treatment technologies for sewage to coming to a potable level, the cost of water is going to increase, and who's going to pay for that? Today, if you look at desalination of brackish water, I'm not talking about the sea water, it runs anywhere between 150 to 250 rupees per meter cube. And bringing that down, it can be done, but is this the right thing? Plus, we are not even taking into account the carbon footprint which arises out of that.
Yes, absolutely.
So my point is that we are getting so much of water. Can't we look at a little more creative solution where we don't go that way and look at harnessing fresh water from the rains and using that?
Harnessing fresh water, come on, that's your area.
No, it's all our areas. It's not my area or your area. All our areas, all our lives, our lives get impacted.
I take that back.
Yeah, all our lives get impacted by that. And yeah, so the question that you asked, it's not a matter of technology. It's not a secret technology that X factory has or Y factory has. And with things like Alliance for Water Stewardship, etc., kicking in. So again, the more fundamental question is the comment that Ravi's just made, that will it be sustainable? Is the prime market mechanism and logic in its favor? So in some of the lever factories, for Unilever factories, for example, around that, this entire movement through this Alliance for Water Stewardship, it's not only the factory but also the catchment area around the factory of the neighborhood, neighboring villages, etc. That is also being covered similarly. Now, however, to make it really scalable in different ways, the economics has to be made to work, and that's a broader question. But it's not, I think the point I just like to leave it with, that it's not the noble intent that water has to be. I don't think anyone's short of noble intent. It's to make it happen, certain hard and tough decisions have to be made so that the right valuations come in, and water is given a value. I think the starting point is that water is not necessarily given a value by various consumers and stakeholders. We can still choose to charge them differentially and so on. It's in a practical sense, but the fact that it has a value, I think that becomes a very, very cogent and an important part to that. A question which struck me on one of my rural visits, you're around a water body or source, often people have to go to collect their water. Who do you see there? Women, and only women. There is a strong gender dimension to that. And I wonder, men or women, if any of us here in the room are even capable of lifting a pot full of water and placing it on our heads, forget walking the few kilometers that we need to. So, I mean, there is always a price to be paid in some form or the other, but how do we kind of I think it's very much a matter of bringing that to everyone's consciousness before we move on.
Yeah, I think just to add on the municipal part, and then maybe I agree as well. But on the municipal part, for example, what we receive in our wet waste in indoor plant is actually 80% wet. So 80% is water, right? So the plant generates multi kls of water every day, right? We are in a process of finding solution today. It's ETP and used into STP. That's true, but that water contains nutrition, right? And we test that, and that contains significant nutrition that can feed plants, right? The issue earlier was that when you don't treat the water, it's smelly and it's an inertia around using it. Going through a digested process of anaerobic digestion, you actually do away with the smell. There is no smell left in that, right? It's only the inertia part left. So we are now trying to find a solution, working with the corporations, that okay, we are processing this waste, water is coming out there, that water should flow back to the forestry of the city. You will actually avoid using fresh water in the forestry, and that's the model we are working on. Right? The one solution you can build on further. On agriculture side, and you are rightly picked up numbers, and since I come from agriculture, key issue is certain crops which consume water. Israel is the best example, right? And in India also, on one side you look into northern part of India, and then you look into Maharashtra, right? Where water is not there, about 4 million hectares of the cultivation is today happening under drip irrigation system. It's not happening in Punjab, Haryana. It's freely available. You are cultivating rice, and rice consumes 65% water in the flooding. The technology available, you don't need that. Entire let's say southern hemisphere grows rice without flooding water. Technology available. My previous company introduced the technology. I developed a world's first carbon credit program with UNFCCC on rice. Convert flooded rice into a direct seeded rice. You will save so much of water that everybody can take bath 5 times a day, just from one crop and one use. You don't need to attack everything. Attack only one crop and one use.
Interesting. We started with urban sanitation, and we've ended up talking about a lot of other very, very interesting things. But I think it's important to note that sanitation is really, and we started, Nena spoke about this. We started the conference this morning talking about the interlinkages between WASH and, as you very rightly said, what is there without water. So it's important that we talk about all these other aspects as well. We need to connect all these dots to be able to really understand what is a viable and a sustainable solution as far as sanitation is concerned for the future. I'm going to throw it open for questions. If anyone has any questions, these gentlemen are here. and happy to answer. Questions? Yeah, there. You can use your mic here. Yeah. If someone can give him a mic.
I think I'll be audible now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So
it's working.
Yes, precisely though this is a good discussion that 80% of the water, usable water is used by farmers. So if we see the use of water by corporates, corporates they have to do this and they are doing this because they understand and there is also mandate. Similar is a case with the household, urban households, if I will speak. Now there is a bit of awareness and they are doing this. But the farmers who are using the most of the water, how aware are they that we have to do? How motivated are they? And how much have we reached them through our mechanism that you will also have to make efforts to save water. So this is a concern that I am having, if you can throw some light on this.
Would you like me to come in?
Yeah.
Can I start on
yeah,
that?
please.
Maybe. See, honestly speaking, I am also from farming background. Only education won't help. There need to be a business case. Why should farmer use less water? What's in it for him? And unless you define that, it's not going to happen. Because it's easy, because just technically, water acts as a weed suppressant, right? For a farmer, using more water in a rice field is also to suppress weed. You need to give him a solution, then he'll change. There has to be a value proposition. That's lacking. Where you value proposition, it's working. I told right now, 10 million hectares in India are using drip water. They are not using drip water because they don't have water, because they have seen value proposition. The nutrient use efficiency increases, farmer sees better yield, he's shifting it. He's not shifting because of water. He's shifting because he sees adjacent benefits, right? So I think it's agriculture topic and I can talk a lot on that, but it has to be a value proposition behind it, and then it's possible. Everybody looks for value and they'll shift, and they're shifted, right? Many farmers, you go to again western part of India, almost 100% of fruits, vegetable is now grown on drip. Not because they don't have water, because they are getting better yield, they're getting better practices, and hence they are shifting it. So it's about that, create a case. That's my experience. So
thank you. No, that's true, but you have to have a value proposition for everything, otherwise it's not going to succeed. You're right.
Yeah. Also, just what you're talking about, drip irrigation and technology, I think two of the cases I have seen, I just was reading one of the cases which is with World Wildlife Fund, where they in Uttar Pradesh in Karula River, they basically modified the river flow in a certain way which was benefiting the farmer and helped them do, rather than flood irrigation, some other type of irrigation. I'm not too aware of it, what the methods are. I think it was trenches and furrows and ridges kind of irrigation. They've been able to save so much of water that the river is revived because of the environmental flows. And that is not a technology. I think it's a combination, building awareness, building trust and confidence in that. So I think there is education which is kind of happening out here. And if that happens and trust is built up, then there is a scope for doing some, minor interventions to get major benefits kind of a thing.
Great. Any more questions? No? Then thank you very much, gentlemen.
मेरा एक सवाल है
हाँ जी
कि जो पूरे भारत में, विश्व में जो इंडस्ट्रीज औद्योगिक क्षेत्र है, वो ज़्यादातर वाटर, पानी का दुरुपयोग ज़्यादा होते हैं, तो इसके बारे में क्या करना चाहिए? ज़्यादातर कंपनी, फैक्ट्री, जीआईडीसी ज़्यादातर पानी का बहुत दुरुपयोग करते हैं, और वेस्ट पानी जो होता है कंपनी का, वो अच्छे पानी में चले जाते हैं, नदी नाला सरोवर में चले जाते हैं, वो भी पानी दूषित हो जाते हैं. तो इसके बारे में कुछ सोचना चाहिए.
आपने जो बताया उसके इंडस्ट्रीज़ को तो अभी मैंडेटरी हो गया है कि उनकी ट्रीटमेंट होनी चाहिए, पानी की ट्रीटमेंट होनी चाहिए. और एक नया इनिशिएटिव नहीं है, ये काफ़ी पुराना इनिशिएटिव है, कहते हैं ज़ीरो लिक्विड डिस्चार्ज. जो पानी आपकी फैक्ट्री में आता है वो बाहर कहीं से भी नहीं जाना चाहिए. बड़ी फैक्ट्रीज़ जो महाराष्ट्र में है, गुजरात में, उस पर बहुत टफ हो गए. अगर आप अंकलेश्वर पनोली की जगह देखोगे तो वहाँ पे अभी बहुत टफ हो गए हैं ये बाबत में। अभी मीडियम और स्मॉल कंपनीज भी इसके अंदर आ रही है धीरे धीरे करके। तो एक इनिशिएटिव हुई है वहाँ पे चालू हो गया है, और पहले ही डिस्चार्ज ही नहीं करने देते हैं, वो पूरा ट्रीट ही करके खुद रीयूज़ करने की बात हो रही है। उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट बहुत टफ हो गई है अभी। अगर आप तमिलनाडु में देखो, आंध्र में देखो, तेलंगाना में देखो, महाराष्ट्र देखो, गोवा या गुजरात में देखो, सब जगह पे ये रीयूज़, रिसाइकल, ज़ीरो लिक्विड डिस्चार्ज सबको करना पड़ता है। उसके बिना उनको लाइसेंस ही नहीं मिलेगा कि ऑपरेट कर सकते हो, और ये गवर्नमेंट बहुत टफ हो जा रही है इसके बारे में।
दुरुपयोग है तो सदुपयोग में बदलना पड़ेगा, और इसके लिए भी जो विधि भी ऐसी के साथ है। तो वही उन्होंने जवाब दिया कि जो वेस्ट पानी जो निकलता है, अब कानूनन वो वेस्ट पानी को ट्रीट करके ही निकाला जा सकता है, नहीं तो नहीं निकाला जा सकता है। इस पर जो विधि है बिल्कुल सटीक है और काफ़ी कड़क है।
और अभी गवर्नमेंट ने नोटिस भी देना चालू कर दिया है। अगर आप देखोगे अंकलेश्वर MIDC में इतनी सारी नोटिस आ गई कि कंपनीज बंद हो गई हैं, ये आपको एड्रेस करना ही पड़ेगा।
आई थिंक जो आप बता रहे हैं उसको कहते हैं बिहेवियर चेंज ऑल्सो। मतलब एक बार गवर्नमेंट ने बोल दिया और सब मतलब मानना चालू करेंगे, ये तो नहीं हो सकता ना। तो धीरे धीरे जैसे नोटिसेज आती रहेंगी वैसे वो अपनी मतलब तरकीबें बदलते जाएंगे। नहीं, बहुत बड़ी समस्या है ये। सैनिटेशन वर्कर्स जो कि हम कहते हैं उनके लिए बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। और आपने आज सुना होगा महुआ ने चैलेंज दिया है अभी बहुत सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स को कि आप अलग अलग किस्म के स्कीम्स लेके आएँ हमारे पास, ताकि हम इस समस्या पे गौर कर सकें। तो मतलब फर्स्ट टाइम महुआ ने ये खुद ऐलान किया है कि उनके लिए ये बहुत ही बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। अभी तक ये प्रॉब्लम सोशल जस्टिस मिनिस्ट्री के नीचे आती थी, लेकिन अभी महुआ ने खुद ये प्रॉब्लम अपने हाथ में लिया है। आपने देखा होगा सवेरे। तो आशा है कि आगे जाते ये भी हम कुछ अच्छी तरकीबें निकाल सकेंगे इसके लिए। Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
For group photo.
I now request Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chair, India Sanitation Coalition, to please give a vote of thanks.
I won't be long. This is really just to quickly recap what we've had today. An amazing morning with great stories from what it takes to become an award winner at the India Sanitation Coalition Isc-Ficci Awards. And for every one of those examples, to remind you to make sure that you collect the accolades book, which is in any case also available as information on our website. We've had interesting deliberations through the day, and I can only remind you about the program tomorrow, which will basically look at areas in a little more depth. You heard a lot about the Lighthouse Initiative. Tomorrow morning, we have the Secretary, Vinnie Mahajan herself, leading this, and a lot of sharing across our corporates on what I dare say is the biggest PPP program in sanitation at the village level today, which is the Lighthouse Initiative. It's very exciting. It has its challenges, but you will hear more about that detail in the morning, including from some of the players who have signed up for it. We have programs then in the afternoon on plastic and its circularity, wash financing. It came up today in terms of models of blended finance, and I hope that we will have some of those examples to share tomorrow from some of the practitioners and some of the work that we ourselves are doing at the India Sanitation Coalition. And then on communication, as we go ahead in terms of developing our role in behavior change, is how we will end the day. So it promises to be a pretty full day again. It's been a long day for many of you here. Thank you for being with us to the bitter end, and we see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Thank you.